Hey everyone and welcome back to Cosmic Wand, the channel where we dream up the wildest Potter what-ifs and take them all the way to the end. Today's journey is a big one. What if Harry had a level-up system but every level required 1,000 years of training in a mind dungeon? If you end up enjoying where this goes, give the video a like, drop a comment with the crossover you want me to try next, and hit that bell so you catch every new story the moment it drops. Grab a cup of something warm, settle in. The wand is glowing, and it's time to begin. Chapter 1, the first 1,000 years. The smallest bedroom of number 4, Privet Drive, had the specific kind of stillness that belonged to houses in July, when every window stuck half shut and every breath tasted of hot plaster. Harry Potter lay on top of his covers, fully dressed, listening to the house settle around him. Downstairs, Uncle Vernon was snoring with the confidence of a man who had never been troubled by anything. Aunt Petunia's teacup clinked once against a saucer and then went quiet. Somewhere upstairs, Dudley rolled in his sleep, and the ceiling whined under him. Harry had not slept since Cedric. Not properly. He had closed his eyes and let the sound of the house wash over him, and sometimes that was close enough to sleep that the morning came without him noticing. But whenever he dreamed of a graveyard and a green flash and a boy falling sideways like a puppet with cut strings. The worst part, Harry thought, was not the screaming or the blood or even the sound of Wormtail crying. The worst part was how tidy it had been. How quick. A life ended in less time than it took to flick a switch. He rolled onto his side and stared at the crack in the wall by the skirting board. He had been staring at that crack, on and off, for weeks. The Order had decided he was not to be told anything. Ron's letters were vague. Hermione's letters were vaguer. Even Sirius, who was supposed to be on his side, had written nothing but variations on the same 2 sentences, "Keep your head down. We'll see you soon." Harry reached under his pillow and closed his fingers around his wand. The wood was warm. It was always warm now, as if the wand had started breathing on its own in the dark. That was when the message appeared. He did not see it so much as feel it arrive, the way one feels a change in pressure before a storm. Then, slowly, letters resolved in the air a foot above his face, silver blue and cool as moonlight on water. System initialized. Host, Harry James Potter. Trigger, bereavement, capacity, will. Offer extended. Harry sat up so fast his head nearly hit the headboard. The letters drifted with him, patient, unhurried. He reached out and passed his hand through them. The letters did not move. They were not quite light and not quite thought. They simply were. "What," he said hoarsely, in Merlin's, "welcome. Do you wish to read the terms?" Harry's heart was doing something strange, thudding high in his throat. He glanced at the door. Vernon's snores had not broken their rhythm. The house slept on, untroubled. "Yes," he whispered. The letters reshuffled themselves like a dealt hand of cards. Terms, abridged. A path is offered. The path is called level. Each level taken grants 1,000 subjective years of instruction, training, and integration inside a pocket realm, hereafter, the mind dungeon, while no perceptible time elapses outside of it. Upon emergence, host retains all gained knowledge, skill, control, and refinements of mind, body, and magic, in forms permitted by host's native world. Levels are not free. Each carries weight, on spirit, on memory, on the shape of who the host is. The host may decline at any time. The host may not unmake what is done. Offer remains open until host refuses 3 times or accepts once. Harry read it twice. He read it a 3rd time, because his mind was moving in slow, disbelieving circles and refused to accept what was plainly written. 1,000 years, he said, and his own voice sounded foolish in the quiet room. "You want me to," a new line bloomed beneath the others, thinner, quieter than the rest. "Advisory, the one who has killed twice in your name is not finished killing. A boy of 15 will not survive what is coming. A soul of 1,000 years might." Harry's hand closed around the wand so hard his knuckles went white. Cedric's face rose up behind his eyes, not the frozen, surprised face in the graveyard, but the living one, half smiling under Quidditch stands, saying, "Take the little guy with you," Cedric had said, meaning Harry, meaning him, because Cedric had always been like that. Decent. Unearned decent. A person who had done nothing in his life to merit dying. He wanted, suddenly, to throw the wand across the room. He wanted to shout for Hedwig. He wanted a grown-up he could trust to walk in through the door and take this decision away from him, any grown-up at all, even Snape. Especially, perhaps, Dumbledore. But no one came. No one had come, really, since he was 1 year old. He had always been a boy standing alone in a lit doorway while the corridor behind him watched to see what he would do. "If I say yes," he asked the air, "who's offering?" The letters rearranged themselves with what felt almost like tenderness. A friend, for lack of a better word. Questions, later. First, choose. Harry thought of his parents, who had not had 1,000 years. He thought of Cedric, who had not had more than 17. He thought of his own life laid out on a calendar, and how many squares of it had already been stolen, and how many squares of it he had no say in at all. "Yes," he said. He did not shout. He did not rise. He merely said the word, the way a man signs his name on something he has waited a very long time to sign. The bedroom went soft at its edges. It did not darken, rather, the shapes of things, the desk, the wardrobe, the cracked lamp on the bedside table, began to relax, like sculptures thawing. The noise of Vernon's snoring stretched out and became one long-held note. The air cooled, then warmed, then did something that had no word in it. Harry stood. He was still on his bed. He was also a very long way from his bed. A pale doorway had opened at the foot of it, a doorway of no particular architecture, neither stone nor wood nor any quality of matter he could name. Through it, a floor made of soft pale light stretched off in every direction. "You may pass now," said a voice that spoke inside his bones. "Or not. This first step is still reversible." Harry stepped through. The door closed behind him with the soundless precision of a sealed envelope. For a long moment, he stood on the white nothing, listening. There was no wind, because there was nothing for wind to move. There was no temperature, because his body had not yet decided what it needed to be. The only detail of the world was himself, and a second figure, seated a dozen paces away on what looked like a simple wooden stool. The figure was human-shaped. That was as much as Harry could confidently say about it. Its edges were not quite fixed. Sometimes it looked like a man in a grey coat, sometimes like a woman of about 50 in a farmer's apron, sometimes like a child with dark bright eyes. It did not shift in any deliberate way. It was simply not very attached to one shape. "You can call me the arbiter," the figure said. Its voice was the same voice from the air upstairs, but here it had weight. "You can call me other things later, if we get that far. For now, that one will do." Harry swallowed. "Are you a god?" The arbiter laughed. It was a surprising laugh, short and dry. "No, dear heart. There are gods, and they are busy, and I am not one of them. I am an instrument. I was made a very long time ago in a place that is now mostly ash. An instrument of what? Of keeping. Of finding. Of teaching when teaching is called for." The arbiter leaned forward. "Sit." A second stool had grown out of the pale ground. Harry sat. His body obeyed him, but it felt insubstantial, the way a leg feels after it has gone to sleep and begun to wake. "Before we begin," the arbiter said, "3 truths. All right. 1. 1,000 years is a long time, even in a place like this. Do not imagine you will walk out of here the boy who walked in. You will walk out as a man who was once a boy, and who remembers the boy the way one remembers a cousin. That is the price." Harry thought about that for a moment. He thought about Cedric. He said nothing. 2. You will not go mad in here. I will not let you. I will, however, let you be lonely, because loneliness is a teacher no substitute can replace. You will sometimes hate me. 3. The arbiter's many faces arranged themselves into something like sorrow. 3. I did not come to you out of charity. I came to you because something is hunting this corner of the sky, and it is patient, and it is very large, and when it arrives it will wear familiar names. The one in your world who calls himself Lord Voldemort is a splinter of that larger thing, though he does not know it. He is the rehearsal. You are my answer to the performance. The arbiter held up a hand, forestalling the question forming on Harry's tongue. All of that is for later. For now, one question is enough. Are you willing to work? Harry thought of his parents. He thought of Cedric. He thought of Sirius's thin, hunted face, of Ron's freckles, of Hermione tapping a quill against her teeth. He thought of Ginny Weasley, who had once been down in a chamber with a diary that had fed on her name. Yes, he said. I'm willing to work. Good, said the arbiter. Then let us begin. The pale ground vanished. What he remembered of the first 10 years, later, was not the pain. He remembered that running, at first, felt like wading through syrup, because he had never trained his legs to obey his lungs and his lungs to obey his will. He remembered the first morning he succeeded in holding a candle flame steady in his palm for a full hour without his hand trembling. He remembered the arbiter telling him, with genuine warmth, that he had the attention span of a badly trained owl. He remembered learning to stand perfectly still. It was absurd to him that this was the first lesson, but the arbiter was unmoved. Wizards twitch, the arbiter said. Wizards fidget. Wizards wave wands like fleiswatters. A duelist who is not in command of the place where their feet meet the floor has already lost. Stand still, Harry. Stand there until my lesson gets boring. Stand there until my lesson becomes a friend. He stood still. He stood still for days, because he could, because time no longer ran at a human shape in the mind dungeon. He stood still until the standing was a quiet he could hear inside his chest. Only when the quiet inside his chest was deeper than the quiet in the pale room did the arbiter nod and begin teaching him how to walk. At 100 years, he could keep a dozen objects floating in complex orbit around him without thinking about them. At 200, he could draw his magic into his skin so completely that a Patronus erupted off him like steam when he desired it, no wand required. At 3, he understood the deep bones of Latin, the older bones of Gaelic, the older bones than that of whatever root tongue had once braided them together. At 4, he could read the pulse of another living person at 10 paces by the stir their breath made in the air. He was not alone inside the mind dungeon. The arbiter had populated it with sparring partners, tutors, problems. Sometimes the tutors wore faces Harry eventually recognized, a stern old woman in red robes who was not Dumbledore and not McGonagall but carried something of both, a thin dark wizard who taught Harry the finer points of curse-breaking in a language with no mouth for it, a small, laughing woman from a forgotten mountain village who showed him what spellwork looked like before wands were invented. Sometimes he asked the arbiter if these were real people. They are echoes of real people, the arbiter said. Nothing I do here is without cost. I called them out of the fabric that remembers them. When our work is done, they will return to it. For now, treat them like people, because they are, and because you will become a worse man if you ever stop. Harry treated them like people. He fell in love twice, both during his second century, neither of them entirely his fault and neither of them ever spoken of by him out loud again. He lost one mentor to a lesson that got too hard, and grieved him for 20 years. He spent 100 years on a single spell and then threw it out because the arbiter said it had been designed by someone desperate, and what worked in desperation would not serve in confidence. He read libraries that had never been written. Somewhere around 500, he asked the arbiter, "What is the thing that is hunting us?" They were sitting on a cliff that was not real, watching a sunset that was also not real. Harry was now a man of approximately 35 in appearance, with long dark hair he had begun tying back because it got in the way of practicing blade work. The arbiter, today, wore the shape of a wolfhound curled beside him. "Not yet," the arbiter said. "Why not?" "Because when I name it, you will try to fight it." "You are not ready." "I'm 500 years old." "Then in another 500 years," said the arbiter gently, "you will understand why that answer was funny." Harry laughed, and was surprised to find he could. In his 7th century, he passed through what the arbiter called the Long Dark, a stretch of decades during which Harry stopped feeling any particular thing about anything. He worked, because the arbiter's work was the only thing that had ever been his. He ate, because the arbiter prepared him meals in silence. He slept for 3 years without dreaming. When he came out the other side, he was quieter than he had been, and less afraid of silence, and kinder in small ways that surprised him. He set out water for a small illusory bird that came to his window, though he knew perfectly well the bird was not thirsty. In his 8th century, he built, from scratch, an occlumency construct that was not a shield but a house. A house with rooms. A house with doors. A house with a kitchen where he could put memories down on a table and look at them. The arbiter, inspecting it, said only, "Oh, Harry. Good." He remembered that sentence for 100 years. In his 9th century, he began to notice that he had stopped counting. "Am I almost done?" he asked the arbiter one evening, as they sat watching falling snow that had not fallen on any real ground. "You are never almost done," said the arbiter. "But your first level is close to complete." "Will I forget any of this?" "No. That is the point of it. You will not remember it all at once, every moment, because that is not how a human mind works and you are still, gloriously, human. But it will be in you. The way your mother's kitchen is in you, though she died when you were 1. All of this will be your second pair of hands." Harry watched the snow for a while. "There's a boy," he said. "Back there. Back in the world I left. I know. I was him. I remember him, like you said. I remember him the way you remember a cousin." "Yes. Is he still there? Or did I kill him to become this?" The arbiter considered this for a long time. That, too, was something it had taught him to do, to sit with a question before answering it, to let it marinate until its shape was clear. "He is still there," the arbiter said finally. "You will have to be careful with him. He has been waiting a single second. He will not know your face in the mirror." Harry nodded. He did not cry. He had cried a long time ago. "One more lesson, before we return you," the arbiter said. It stood. Its edges blurred and settled into the form of a tall woman, middle-aged, with grey at her temples and eyes of the same cool silver blue as the first letters in Harry's bedroom. It is the last lesson of the first level, and it is the most important. Everyone forgets it. Do not forget it. What is it? When you return, she said, you will be able to do almost anything you set your hand to. That is very near true, and within 5 years it will be entirely true. So here is the rule. She knelt, so that her silver eyes were level with his. He had not felt her be taller than him in centuries. Powerful people who have lost their wonder become monsters. Always. Without exception. Do you understand me? Yes. Say it back. Powerful people who lose their wonder become monsters. Good. So. She smiled, and it was a new smile, a smile she had never worn before, tired and fond and a little bit proud. Keep yours, Harry. Keep yours. That is your homework forever. She touched his forehead. The pale ground fell away. The sunsets fell away. The libraries, the sparring halls, the cliffs, the small illusory bird, the long dark, the kitchen of the house that held his memories, all of it folded itself up into the cleanest, quietest corner of him, and the world he had left came back up to meet him like water rising in a flooded well. Harry opened his eyes on the ceiling of the smallest bedroom in number 4, Privet Drive. The crack by the skirting board had not moved. Downstairs, Vernon snored on the same in-breath. Upstairs, Dudley stirred once and did not wake. A single moth was clumsily interrogating the window. The air was the same hot, close July air it had been when Harry had said yes. He sat up. Or he moved to sit up, and then caught himself, because he could feel every shift of his weight now, every millisecond of contact between his shoulder blades and the mattress, every distinct thread of the blanket, every small arc of blood pushing behind his sternum. He moved slowly instead. He stood in a manner that did not disturb the mattress springs. He crossed to the window without making a single board creak, because he now knew precisely which boards were loose, because he had only needed half a second to hear them when he had stood. His reflection in the window was the same. 15-year-old Harry Potter, tall for his age and thin with it, messy dark hair, round glasses, a lightning bolt scar gone pale in the glass. He looked into his own eyes, and the eyes that looked back were not the eyes of a boy any longer. They were ridiculously, absurdly patient. He smiled a little. It was, he realized, his first proper smile since Cedric. "Hello, Harry," he said, very quietly, to the boy in the glass. The boy in the glass smiled back. He sat at the little desk in the corner, the desk he had not touched in weeks, and opened the drawer. In the drawer were a few stubs of pencil, some crumpled homework, and a single folded letter from Sirius that Harry had read too many times. Harry closed the drawer with great care. Then, because he could, because 1,000 years of discipline required occasional playfulness to survive, he extended a hand over the desk, and the lamp that had been unplugged for 3 weeks clicked softly on, warming the desk's wooden grain with a small pool of yellow light. No wand. No word. Not even any particular effort. He contemplated the lamp. "I am going to have to be careful," he told himself. He was still contemplating the lamp when he heard the hiss. It came through the closed window, low and cold and almost inaudible, the kind of sound a body could be trained for 1,000 years to notice. It was the hiss of breath that was not really breath, being dragged across air that had been cold when nothing else in the street was cold. Harry's head lifted. Outside, Privet Drive had gone wrong. Not much. Not enough that a sleeping householder would have noticed. But the street lamp at the end of the road was dimming, and the dimming was traveling like a stain along the gutters. The night, which a moment ago had been the kind of listless July night that stuck to the shoulder blades, had gained a quality Harry had not felt since 4th year at the beginning of term. Cold that didn't belong to a season. "Oh," Harry said softly. "You've got to be joking." He stood. He closed his fingers around the wand on the windowsill out of pure habit, not necessity. In the back of his mind, the house he had built in his 8th century, the Acclemency construct, lit its lamps one by one, every window glowing gold, every door firmly shut. Behind that house, in the quiet place his mother's kitchen belonged, he could feel his own calm settle like dust in a shaft of sunlight. He thought, with some bemusement, "My cousin Dudley is out there." He had heard Dudley slam the front door an hour ago, off to join his gang in their nightly orbit of the local park. Harry had not bothered to look up. Harry, the boy who had slept in this room for 15 summers, had long since given up on Dudley's evenings. Harry, the man wearing that boy's body, was already halfway down the stairs. He did not bother to be silent. He did not need to, because the stairs obeyed him now. He flicked the front door chain free without looking at it. He stepped into the street. 2 Dementors were drifting down Magnolia Crescent. They came in the way Dementors always came, like shapes out of a drowned dream, black robes dragging along the pavement without actually touching it, the air around them going colorless. Harry had seen them on the train in his 3rd year, and he had seen them at the Quidditch pitch, and he had cast a Patronus at them in that tunnel by the lake, and every one of those memories, now, felt like footage of a different person. Down the road, between 2 parked cars, Dudley was on his back. Harry could see the white gleam of his cousin's face. Dudley was screaming in the particular silent way of someone who has forgotten he has a throat. His hands were over his face. His mouth was open in an O of infantile terror. The Dementors were leaning toward him. Harry walked. He walked the way the Arbiter had taught him to walk in the first year, unhurried, heel to toe, absolutely sure of where the earth was. The two Dementors noticed him at the same instant. They turned toward him in the water-flowing way Dementors turn, and because they were made of hunger, they forgot Dudley at once. Harry could feel them pull on his memories the way a tide pulls at small stones. Cedric. His parents. The graveyard. Cold. He let them pull. He let them have exactly 2 seconds of it. Then he stopped being a person they could pull on. He did not raise the wand. He did not shout an incantation. He reached, instead, into the small pocket of himself where his mother's kitchen lived, and he drew from it the steady, ordinary fact of love, not as a dramatic blaze, not as a wand-tip glow, but as a weather. The street warmed. The pavement hummed. The small hairs on Harry's forearms stood up with the simple charge of a man at home in his own power. The air in a 10-yard radius of him turned unmistakably, unbearably, inhospitably alive. Both Dementors recoiled. They had not been recoiled from like this in centuries. Dementors are absences. What had just arrived in the street with Harry was not a spell and not a creature and not a weapon, it was simply presence, in a degree that made absences painful. One of the Dementors made a noise it had almost certainly never made before, a thin bewildered rasp, and flinched backward. "Hello," Harry said, conversationally. "I know you." He lifted his wand, more out of courtesy to the ministry than necessity, and did not bother to speak. 2 stags erupted from the tip. They were not the flickering silver shapes Harry had summoned in the tunnel. They were creatures of solid, blazing light, so clean and so large that for half a second the street saw itself in full color, red cars, green hedges, a child's bike half fallen on its side, the dull chrome of a lamppost. The stags did not charge. They walked. They walked with the same unhurried certainty Harry had learned in his first year of training, heads lowered, tines like sunrise. The Dementors turned to flee. The stags reached them before they had managed a yard. The Dementors did not disintegrate. Dementors do not quite disintegrate. What they did, under the quiet insistence of that Patronus light, was unfold, the way a fist unfolds when the muscles finally give up. Their robes loosened. The cold dropped out of them. The taste of winter left the street. What had been 2 hungry shapes were, a breath later, 2 slack and empty bits of weather, drifting upward, rags in a thermal. The stags watched them go. Then the stags turned, regarded Harry with dark eyes he had not seen in any animal before, inclined their heads in what was unmistakably a bow, and stepped back into his wand tip like 2 candles being thumbed out. The street was still. Dudley made a small, wet noise between 2 parked cars. Harry walked over and crouched beside him, one hand easy on his cousin's shoulder. "You're all right," he said, softly. Dudley was not all right. Dudley was crying and gasping and trying to remember his own name. Harry watched him for a moment. Some part of him, some small, stubbornly 15-year-old part, the cousin in a photograph part, remembered the bedroom under the stairs and the burst of fury he used to feel at this fat pale boy. The rest of him, the part that was now much older than that, felt only an immense, tired fondness for the frightened creature curled at his knees. "Come on, Big D," Harry said. "Up we get. We'll go home." He got Dudley upright and walked him slowly back along Magnolia Crescent, one hand between his cousin's wide shoulder blades. He was nearly at number 4 when the crack happened. 2, no, 3, figures apparat into Privet Drive under the streetlight closest to the house. Mad Eye Moody's magical eye was already whirring in its socket. Nymphadora Tonks had her wand out. Behind them, calm and tweed-coated, stood Arthur Weasley, whose kind face was set in unusual gravity. "Harry," Arthur said, lowering his wand. "Thank Merlin. We felt the wards go, Dementors, is he?" Harry looked down at his cousin. Dudley was making a small whimpering noise under his hands. Harry patted him on the back gently, as one might pat a toddler, and then looked up. Moody's magical eye stopped whirring. It fixed on Harry, very steady, for several long seconds. Mad Eye Moody had, in his long professional life, seen a great many young men. He stared now at the boy with the black hair and round glasses and decided, without being able to say exactly why, that he was not looking at the boy he had been expecting. "Potter," Moody said. "You all right, lad?" "I'm fine," Harry said. He smiled, very small. "I was just showing Dudley home." "You," Tonks began. She had known him briefly at the ministry. She could not name what was different, but like Moody, she knew that something was. She changed tack. "There were Dementors, Harry, there were, the Trace, and the Wards, and, did you cast?" "2 stags," Harry said mildly. "Patron uses. I would be very grateful if the ministry didn't send a letter, but if they do, they do. I'll sort it." There was a pause. "2, said Arthur. Harry said. Another pause. Arthur looked at Moody. Moody looked at Harry. His magical eye was fixed, now, not on Harry's face, but on a point somewhere slightly behind Harry's forehead, as if looking through him into something deeper. "Right," Moody said at last. His voice had dropped into a quieter register. "Let's get your cousin indoors, Potter. And then, if you'd be so kind, pack a trunk. We're taking you somewhere more interesting than this tonight." "Gladly," said Harry. He guided Dudley up the front path. Vernon, who had heard the commotion and was at the door in his pajamas, made one affronted noise and then fell totally silent when Harry looked at him, and merely stood aside to let his nephew pass. Petunia, in the doorway of the kitchen, wore the face of a woman who had seen a ghost. She did not ask what had happened to her son. She did not need to. She looked at Harry, and something in her face, something ancient, something as old as sisters, closed like a window. Harry went upstairs. He packed carefully. He had, all at once, a great deal of packing to do, because he owned very little and each small thing now mattered more than it had. He placed his mother's photo album in the bottom of his trunk with the same care he would have placed a fragile instrument. He laid his father's cloak across the top. Hedwig, on top of her cage, watched him with an expression of mild insulted relief. "Yes, girl," he murmured. "I know. I've been away." She nipped his finger. "Sorry." When he came down the stairs, Arthur was in the hall with his hand on Dudley's shoulder and Moody was by the door, and Tonks was watching the street through the window with her wand loose in her fingers. Harry set his trunk down with no noise. "Ready?" Arthur said. His voice was gentle, the way it was with any of his own children, and something in Harry warmed at it. In a second pair of hands he had not used in 1,000 years, the Weasley kitchen he remembered took out its mixing bowl. "Ready," Harry said. Moody opened the door. Privet Drive sat outside, ordinary, still cooling from the night's odd cold. Harry stepped over the threshold. He looked back once, at the hallway, at the foot of the stairs, at the cupboard beneath the stairs whose door had for many years been his bedroom door, and he did not feel nostalgia and he did not feel triumph and he did not feel bitterness. He felt, unexpectedly, a small sweet pity for a certain dark-haired boy of 11 who had first climbed out of that cupboard with his life in a pillowcase. "Be kind to my cousin," he said, so quietly only Arthur heard it. "Harry." He was scared. "I don't want him punished for being scared." Arthur looked at him for a long moment. "All right," he said. "Of course." They stepped into the street. Moody took his elbow. Harry felt the familiar, horrible compression of side-along apparition squeeze around him, and he let his body relax into it completely, because a body that is afraid of apparition arrives in worse shape than one that is not. A single second of spinning black and then, they were standing in a narrow grubby London street, facing a row of houses that numbered 11, 13, and 14, with no 12 between them. Moody lifted his hand, and Harry watched with mild professional interest as number 12, Grimmauld Place unfolded itself from between its neighbors. It was an impressive piece of fidelious work, elegant at the seams. He filed away 3 separate notes about how he would improve it. "Welcome home, Potter," Moody said, in his low growl, and put a hand between Harry's shoulder blades to usher him up the front steps. Harry allowed himself to be ushered. At the top of the steps, before the door opened, he paused for half a breath and let himself feel the thing he had come back for, not fear, not dread, not even grief. A kind of low, warm readiness, like a lamp turned on in the front window of a house expecting company. He had been away a long time. He had work to do here. The door opened. Inside, Sirius's voice was saying something indistinct and irritated to somebody else. Harry stepped through. The Grimmauld hallway smelled like old wood and wet rope and a dozen years of rooms that hadn't been properly aired. A trollfoot umbrella stand slouched at his left. The hallway's moth-eaten runner had been trodden into 2 threadbare paths, one toward the kitchen and one toward the stairs. "Where is he?" said a voice from the kitchen. "Moody, tell me they didn't." Sirius came out of the kitchen doorway at a speed that was almost comedic and almost tragic, and stopped dead when he saw Harry. He was thinner than he had been in the Shrieking Shack, and his hair was freshly washed, and someone had forced him into what passed in Grimmauld Place for respectable robes, and he still looked, Harry thought, exactly like a man rebuilding from scrap a person he had once been. Sirius's grey eyes searched Harry's face for a long, hungry instant, and when they did not find what they were looking for, the scared boy, the furious boy, the boy who had written him 12 letters in 3 months about being told nothing, his face did a brief, confused thing. "Harry," he said, more carefully than he had meant to. "Sirius," Harry said, and he crossed the hallway in 2 steady strides and pulled his godfather into an embrace that was not a 15-year-old's embrace. It was the embrace of a man who had spent 100 years learning how to hold the people he loved without crushing them, and another 100 years learning that he was allowed to, and 50 more years after that remembering to actually do it. Sirius made a small surprised noise into the top of his head, and then returned it, and then held on for longer than he had meant to. "You've grown," he said at last, gruffly, stepping back and clearing his throat. "I mean, Merlin, have you? When did you?" "Summer's been a long one," Harry said mildly. "Is Ron here? Hermione?" "Up in their rooms. We told them to wait, I told them to wait, but they won't have slept, they won't have." "I know," Harry said. He smiled a very small smile. "I'll go and say hello in a minute. Can I have a word with you first?" Sirius blinked. Over Harry's shoulder, Moody was already drifting tactfully toward the kitchen, and Tonks was pretending very hard to be fascinated by the umbrella stand. Arthur, with a small nod Harry met with a small nod of his own, followed Moody. "A word," Sirius repeated. "A word. In the drawing room, if it's free." Yes, of course it's free, it's my house, everything's free." Sirius put a hand between Harry's shoulder blades, then took it away, as if not sure he was allowed. "Come on." The drawing room was a cavern of dust sheets and black wood and faint Slytherin green wallpaper. Sirius waved his wand and 3 lamps obediently kindled. Harry closed the door behind them with a touch and glanced, as a matter of professional habit, at the walls. No listening charms, one decrepit family portrait currently asleep, a faint residue of old tracking magic he dismantled with a twitch of attention while Sirius was looking at him. "Good enough. Sit," Sirius said, gesturing at a wing chair. "In a minute." Harry took a slow pace around the rug, considering. Then he turned. "Sirius, I need you to listen to me for about 3 minutes without interrupting. Can you do that?" "Can I, Harry, what, yes or no?" Sirius was quiet. He sat, slowly, in the chair he had meant for Harry. "Yes," he said. "Thank you." Harry took the chair across from him and folded his long fingers in his lap. "Here are 3 things. 1. I am not cross about the letters. I was, for a while. I'm not now. 2. I'm not the same boy I was 3 weeks ago, and I will not explain why tonight. Eventually I will. You'll have to trust me until then. 3. He leaned forward. I am going to ask, very politely, to be treated like an adult while I am in this house. That means I sit in order meetings. That means nobody in this house decides for me what information I am old enough to carry. That means when Molly opens her mouth to tell me to go to bed, you, my godfather, my only legal guardian in any system that matters, remind her that I am the head of my own house, and in this house I am a guest of my godfather, not a child in a creche. Can you do that for me? Sirius looked at him. A muscle jumped in his jaw. Harry, he said finally. His voice was odd. Who have you been talking to? Nobody from your lot, if that's what you're worried about. I don't belong to anyone else. I'm just done being handled. Harry's face softened. And Sirius. I'm going to be fine. I want you to hear me say that. Whatever happens this year, whatever the ministry does, whatever our charming old headmaster tries, I'm going to be fine. Can you believe me? There was a long silence. Outside the drawing room, a floorboard creaked, probably Ron, unable to wait. Sirius rubbed a hand down his face. Yes, he said, and then, more firmly, yes. Merlin. Yes, Harry. I'll do it. I'll make them leave you alone. Thank you. Will you tell me one thing? Try me. Is it something done to you? Sirius's eyes were suddenly sharp, suddenly the aura-trained black air he had once been. Have you been, is there someone inside your, no, Harry said, very gently. It's entirely me. Whatever else it is, it's me. Sirius held his gaze for another long moment, and then, whatever he saw there seemed to satisfy him. He exhaled. All right, he said. Go and see Ron before he chews through the door. Harry laughed, a short, warm laugh that surprised both of them, and stood. Ron and Hermione were both, in fact, waiting on the staircase, half hidden behind the banister, with the indifferent stealth of two 15-year-olds who had told themselves they were being stealthy. Harry /. Hermione said, and she was off the stairs in one long-legged lunge. She hit him at a run and he caught her without moving a step. He had, after all, spent 60 years in his 4th century learning to receive a charge without bracing, and the laugh that had started in the drawing room became a warmer one in his chest. Ron thumped down off the stairs a moment later, and for a while the three of them stood in the grubby hallway and said nothing at all, the way friends do when they have been too long apart. When they broke apart, Hermione was already wet-eyed and apologetic and beginning 3 different sentences. Harry, I'm so sorry about the letters, we weren't allowed to say anything, Dumbledore was, I know, Harry said, and his hand briefly cupped the back of her head in a way that startled all 3 of them. It's fine. Ron, who had been watching Harry's face, narrowed his eyes slightly. You look different. Hair's a bit longer. No, mate, you look, I dunno. Taller. Ron squinted. And you smell like cedar. I didn't know cedar had a smell. Cedar has a smell, Hermione said automatically. She's right, Harry said. Come on. Let's go up. I imagine Mrs. Weasley will be down in 5 minutes with a tray of sandwiches I'm not allowed to refuse. 4 minutes, Ron said, with feeling. 4 minutes. Let's make the most of them. They went up the stairs together, and in the kitchen Moody's magical eye rotated once more in its socket and watched Harry go, and said nothing at all. Arthur, beside him, spoke very quietly without turning his head. Alastair? That boy, Moody said, has had a summer. Arthur glanced at him. Is that a problem? Mad-Eye Moody considered the question with the care of a man who had survived by considering it for 40 years. Ask me in a week, he said at last. Upstairs, Harry was laughing at something Ron had said, with his old friend's freckled arm around his shoulders, and the house had not felt quite this alive in years. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, the quiet weapon. Grimmauld place at 6 in the morning smelled of coffee and wood smoke and something that might once have been bacon. Harry came down the stairs without disturbing a single tread. The house, like all very old houses that had passed through the hands of paranoid wizards, was riddled with latent charms, wards stacked on wards, half-mended listening spells, a dozen forgotten trackers sleeping in corners. Harry's second pair of hands noted them the way a musician notes chords. He let them alone. They were Sirius's, or Sirius's mothers, or creatures, and none of them were hostile enough to deserve his attention. Sirius was already at the kitchen table, his dark hair loose over his shoulders, nursing a mug the size of a small cauldron. He looked up as Harry came in, and his eyes did the small glad thing that had started last night and had not yet stopped. "Up early," he said. "Old habit." "Since when?" "Since lately." Harry helped himself to coffee. He took it black now, which was another small thing that had crept into him over 1,000 years. Sirius watched him pour. "You know, when I came down at 5 last month, nobody was here except Creature glaring at me. It was restful. I can go back to bed." "Don't you dare." Harry sat. They were quiet for a moment, listening to the tick of the kitchen clock and the mutter of the kettle. Out in the hallway, the trollfoot umbrella stand creaked as if thinking of standing. "I spoke to Remus last night, after you'd gone to bed," Sirius said. "And Moody. And your Mrs. Weasley. And, briefly, Dumbledore through the fire." He turned his mug in his hands. "I was going to give you the speech the Order agreed on. The one where I'd tell you that we're working on keeping you safe, and that you'll be told what you need to know when you need to know it, and that for now you should rest up and enjoy your summer. And I looked at you last night and couldn't, for the life of me, make the speech come out of my mouth." Sirius took a long sip of his coffee. "So I told them I wouldn't be giving it." "Thank you." Dumbledore was unimpressed. "Dumbledore will recover." Sirius laughed. It was a surprised laugh, a little rueful. "Yes," he said. "Dumbledore will recover." "Harry, yes. If you need to tell me what happened to you, you tell me. You don't have to, but you can." I won't do anything with it you don't want me to. I'm not the Order. I'm not Moody. I'm your godfather. I'm your father's best friend. I'm Merlin Willing, the one person in this house whose loyalty is to you before the cause." Harry looked at him for a long moment over the rim of his coffee. "I know," he said quietly. "I'll tell you. Soon." "Good. Not today." "Understood." They drank their coffee together, and the silence between them was not a young boy's silence and not an old man's silence, it was a silence two people who loved each other had earned. Footsteps on the stairs. Molly Weasley came into the kitchen with her hair in a hasty bun and her wand already summoning a frying pan. She saw Harry, faltered, and then smiled the determined smile of a woman who had decided, against a room of men, to give Harry Potter a proper cooked breakfast. "Harry, dear, sit down." "Oh, you're sitting. Excellent. Eggs? Bacon? Tomato?" "All 3, Mrs. Weasley." "Thank you." Her smile went briefly uncertain. The Harry she had expected would have said it in the small shy voice of a boy who was being fed a proper breakfast for the first time in a fortnight. The Harry in front of her said it in the ordinary voice of a man who was going to be fed a proper breakfast and who was grateful for it. Molly filed the observation away and did not comment. "There's an Order meeting at 10, she said, setting a pan on the stove. "I'm afraid you won't be, well, it will be a bit stuffy in here, but perhaps you and Ron could." "I'll be there," Harry said. Molly's wand faltered. A bit of egg white slid off into the pan and hissed. "Sorry." "I'll be there," Harry said again, politely. "The meeting. I'd like to attend." "Oh, Harry, dear, I don't think it's Order business, and it is," Harry said. "And I imagine a fair bit of it will concern me. I'd like to hear it, and I'd like to contribute where I can. Sirius has agreed. Molly's eyes went to Sirius. Sirius, who had settled deeper into his chair, lifted his mug in a small ironic toast. He's welcome, Sirius said. It's my house. He's my godson. He's coming. Dumbledore won't, Dumbledore will cope. Molly opened her mouth. She closed it. She returned to the pan with some energy. Harry ate bacon with the patience of a man who had learned, in his 5th century, to let people arrive at conclusions at their own pace. The order meeting, when it began, filled the kitchen with people the way high tide fills a harbor. Mad Eye Moody at the back wall, Magical Eye already rotating through the upper floors. Arthur by the fire. Remus, coming in late and tired, sitting beside Sirius, catching Harry's eye with the tiniest, gentlest startled lift of an eyebrow. Tonks on the stairs with her hair presently mauve. Emmeline Vance, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Mundungus Fletcher, for whom Harry felt an instant, almost affectionate wariness, and Dumbledore, last, in a flourish of green travelling cloak, taking the head of the table without comment. His half-moon eyes found Harry immediately. Harry felt, along with the mild pressure of the old man's inquisitive gaze, the feather-light tap of a legilimency probe against his surface. Harry permitted it to find exactly what Harry wished it to find, a 15-year-old boy who had slept better last night than he had in a month, who was nervous about being here, who was stubborn about being here, and who was holding his godfather's hand under the table. The probe retreated, apparently satisfied. Dumbledore smiled. Harry, he said warmly. Sirius has informed me of your request. You are most welcome. Thank you, sir. I will ask you to understand that some matters will have to be passed over in your presence. Of course, sir. Very well. Friends, the meeting ran for 2 hours. Harry listened to about half of it, the other half he spent making small maps in his mind of who sat where and what each of them would do in an emergency. Moody would produce a shield charm before his wand cleared his belt, Tonks would dive for Harry, Arthur would throw himself at the nearest door to buy time, Kingsley would cover the fireplace. He noted these not from mistrust, but from love, these were the people he wanted alive a year from now. When the time came for Dumbledore to gently suggest Harry return upstairs for the last topic, Harry lifted a hand and spoke before anyone could speak over him. One thing, Professor, before I go. Of course. Severus Snape will be teaching me occlumency this year, I assume. A ripple went around the table. Snape was not at this meeting. Harry had not heard his name spoken once. Dumbledore, however, did not so much as blink. That had been my intention, Harry, yes. Amongst other measures, given what we spoke of briefly at term's end. I'd like to decline. This time the ripple was a small wave. Molly opened her mouth. Arthur put a hand on her arm. Moody's magical eye pinned Harry, suddenly avid. You are, of course, free to decline, Dumbledore said, slowly. May I ask why? I'd rather not be bad at something difficult in front of Professor Snape, sir. I don't think it would help either of us. Harry smiled very slightly. I'd like to study occlumency on my own, for now, with whatever books you might recommend. If, by Christmas, I haven't made useful progress, we can reconsider. Harry, it's a very demanding discipline, I know. Without a teacher, I know. Dumbledore regarded him for several seconds. The half-moon spectacles caught a bar of light from the window. In the back of Harry's mind, the polite little legilimency knock had come back, harder this time, and was being politely declined at the door of the occlumency house. Very well, Dumbledore said at last. I will send along the books. And, Harry, yes, sir. I would like, at some point before term, to speak with you privately. Gladly, sir. Any time. Harry got up. He kissed Molly on the cheek on his way past the stove, which startled her into silence, and he walked upstairs past Remus, whose brow was now frankly furrowed. As he passed, Remus murmured, "Cub." In a small, worried voice. Harry stopped. He put a hand, briefly, on Remus's shoulder. "I'll come and find you this afternoon, Moony," he said, quietly. "We'll have tea." Remus's eyebrows climbed. "All right," Remus said. Remus's small sitting room in Grimmauld Place was the tiddiest room in the house, books aligned to the spine, cushions in squared corners, an ashtray that had never been used for ashes. Remus poured tea without asking. He was a man who did things like that for people instinctively. Tea was an offering you put between yourself and the world. "Milk?" Remus said. "Please." "Sugar?" "No." "Of course not," Remus murmured, almost to himself. "You never took it. When you were 4. When I was 4. You came to the flat once. Your mother brought you. You wanted tea because we were having tea and refused a saucer of milk because babies had milk. Your mother laughed for 10 minutes. Remus's eyes were warm and a little blurred. You sat on James's lap and glared at me for an hour. Why? Because James had told you I was a very bad wolf." Harry laughed. It came out of him easily now, laughter. "Harry," Remus said, after a moment. His voice had changed. Softer. "May I ask you a very blunt question?" "Always." "Are you under a compulsion?" "No." "A possession?" "No." "Polyjuice?" "No, Moony." "Time travel?" "Body swap?" "Soul bond with something cleverer than you?" "None of those, and no to the next 3 you were going to ask." Remus exhaled and set his teacup down. "Then I'm out of good guesses," he said. "Which means I'll have to do the thing I am bad at and simply believe you. I would appreciate it. I'm your father's friend, Harry. I'm not serious. I'm not. I won't ever be your godfather, and I won't pretend to be. I am, however, very fond of you. And when, and if, you need a werewolf who has spent 40 years learning to listen, I'm here." "I know, Moony." "Good." Remus picked up his tea again. He looked at Harry over its rim, thoughtful. "You stand differently." "Do I?" "Yes. You're, still, in a way. Like a cat watching birds. It's disconcerting." "Is it?" Remus's mouth curved. "Your father would have been extremely annoyed by it." "Why?" "Because he couldn't stand still for 10 seconds together, and he'd have read it as showing off." "Was it showing off, when I was 4, to refuse the milk?" "Absolutely," said Remus gravely. "Flagrantly." Harry laughed again, properly, with his head back, and Remus laughed with him, and for the space of a pot of tea in a tidy little sitting room, 2 marauders were, against all probability, briefly in the same house at the same time. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross on the 1st of September with the same punctual puff of steam that had launched Harry's other 4 years. He stood on the platform beside Molly and Arthur and waved out of the window with Ron and Hermione, and he watched the scarlet engine rise above the waving crowd, and he was aware of precisely 17 individuals on the platform who had arrived with wands in their robes and intentions he did not like. He did not move against any of them. He simply noticed. Within minutes of settling into the compartment, Ron and Hermione were absorbed in a rerun of an argument that had begun, from what Harry could tell, at some point last week. Harry let them argue. He walked the corridor instead, slowly, as if stretching his legs, though the corridor of the Hogwarts Express was barely long enough to stretch a house cat. He found Luna Lovegood halfway down the train, in a compartment with no one else in it, reading the Quibbler upside down with quiet concentration. Her long dirty blonde hair was loose. Her feet were up on the opposite bench. She was wearing a radish pendant and a pair of mismatched socks. She looked up when he slid the door open, and her pale eyes went first to his face, then to the air around his head, then up past the baggage rack to a spot near the ceiling. She was looking, he realized with a small inner smile, at what he would later learn her people called his Aries, the shape of a person a seer reads before the person proper. Oh, Luna said softly. Hello, Harry. Hello, Luna. You've been somewhere. Yes. A long way. Yes. Are you all right? I think so. She considered him for another long moment, head tilted. Then she gestured, graciously, at the opposite bench, and went back to her quibbler. Harry sat. They sat in silence for a long time. He had not yet found her peace quite as restful as he did now. He did not feel, sitting across from Luna Lovegood, any need to perform any version of himself at all. Luna, he said eventually. If I asked you not to tell anyone, not Ron, not Hermione, not your father, not even yourself, out loud, in an empty room, that I was different, would you? Yes, Luna said, without looking up. For a while. For how long? Until you ask me for the other thing. The other thing being? Help, probably. Luna turned the page of her upside-down quibbler. You'll be all right, Harry. The Raxperts are going in the right direction round your head now. They were quite muddled last term. That's a relief. Isn't it? Thank you, Luna. He rose. As he reached the compartment door, she looked up once more. Harry? Yes. Tell Ronald the heliopaths aren't real. He'll sleep better. I'll pass it on. The great hall at Hogwarts, at the welcoming feast, was a universe Harry could now see the bones of. He could feel the hum of the castle as it recognized him, he could sense the old, deep-set protective charms that threaded the walls like mycelium, he could hear, very faintly, the faintest warmth of approving attention from somewhere high up in the castle, probably the girls' tower, which had been a mystery to his boyhood and was now simply another room in the house that was his second home. At the high table, Albus Dumbledore stood to make his opening remarks. And, beside the potions master, a squat woman in pink robes adjusted a small pink bow in her grey curls. Harry let his gaze rest on her for approximately 3 seconds. Dolores Jane Umbridge. Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic. Short, stocky, eyes like a toad's, manner like a mother-in-law who had come to inspect the pantry and had already formed an opinion. He read her in those 3 seconds, her sitting posture, the set of her fingers, the way her gaze touched and measured each of the teachers in turn. He had known a dozen women of her flavor over centuries. They were always the same woman. They always wanted love and could only imagine it as control. Ah, Harry said, very softly, to no one. Sorry. Hermione said, beside him. Nothing. Dumbledore was speaking. Dumbledore, in his opening speeches, had a habit that Harry had once found charming and now found briefly tactical. He said many things that sounded like wisdom and a few things that sounded like jokes, and buried in that chatter, if one listened, one could find his policy for the year. Harry listened. When Umbridge cleared her throat, a small hem-hem noise like a cat coughing up a ribbon, Harry smiled privately into his goblet. She rose. She made her prepared speech. She used the word progress 3 times and the word proper 4 and spoke at tedious length about decline and recovery. Beside Harry, Hermione went very still. It's a coup, Hermione whispered. It's a polite coup, Harry murmured back. Which is the worst kind? Harry, what are we going to? We're going to eat our dinner, Hermione. Then we're going to go to bed. Then we're going to go to our first lesson tomorrow and behave like very ordinary children. And then we're going to handle it. Handle, trust me. Hermione searched his face. Whatever she saw there, she surprised herself by relaxing. All right, she said slowly. All right. Defense against the dark arts met in the familiar classroom on the 3rd floor, with the familiar view out over the lake, and an entirely unfamiliar teacher perched primly behind the teacher's desk. A number of kittens frolicked on a number of decorative plates around the walls. Harry chose his seat with care, 2nd row from the back, by the window, slightly elevated line of sight to the door, and sat quietly. Umbridge worked through her script. Theory only. No practical. Wands away. Copy from the book. Turn to page 5. Read in silence. The class, in varying degrees, went through the stages of grief. Hermione, beside him, asked the first question, politely, about why there was no practical magic on the syllabus. Umbridge answered her in a voice made of icing sugar and strychnine. The second question came from Dean. Umbridge answered it. The third came from Ron. The fourth came from Harry. He did not, as he might once have, stand. He did not, as he might once have, raise his voice. He lifted a single finger, as if to get a shopkeeper's attention, and waited until the pink woman acknowledged him. Professor, he said mildly. If I understand you correctly, we are not to be permitted to practice defense in your classroom. That is correct, Mr. Potter. The Ministry feels, and in the event that a student is attacked, either in Hogsmeade or on the grounds, by a wizard who means them harm, your position is that reading pages 5 through 18 will be an adequate response to a curse aimed at their face. A sound somewhere between a gasp and a laugh rippled through the classroom. Umbridge's smile, which had been a perfect false daisy the entire period, wilted at its edges. Mr. Potter, it's a practical question, Professor. I'd like to know what you'd have a student do, if, as last term, a wizard, there is no such wizard, Mr. Potter. That is, of course, the minister's position. It's a reasonable one to hold without evidence. Still, hypothetically. Curse to the face. Page and verse, please. Umbridge's hand rose slowly from her desk and rested, palm down, upon its surface. Mr. Potter, she said, sweetly, you will have detention. Tonight. My office. 7 o'clock. Bring a quill. Yes, Professor. And Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. You are a very rude young man. I've been told, said Harry, politely. By better. At 7 o'clock, Harry knocked on the door of Dolores Umbridge's office with the flat of his hand, twice, neatly, and waited to be called in. He had spent an hour in the Gryffindor common room listening patiently to Ron and Hermione and 2 first-year Weasleys tell him, in varying tones, that he must not, under any circumstances, provoke her further, and another 15 minutes reassuring Angelina Johnson that he had no intention of losing his Quidditch captaincy over it. Then he had walked up to Umbridge's office in an unhurried saunter, having remembered, from his 7th century, that when a man walks toward a difficult meeting with unhurried steps, he arrives at it with his mind already slightly ahead of it. The office was a nightmare. Not in scale, it was the same room he had known all these years as the defense office, but in decor. Every available surface was pink. Plates with kittens covered the walls, and the kittens moved, and they were all watching the door. Come in, Mr. Potter. Sit. Good evening, Professor. He sat, as directed, at a small lace-doilied desk. On it lay a sheet of parchment and a long black quill. The quill was very thin, and its nib had the faintly wet sheen of blood-borne metal. You are going to be writing some lines for me this evening, Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. You are going to write I must not tell lies. Yes, Professor. Until the lesson sinks in. She said the last 2 words in a different voice, a cooing, expectant voice. She was watching his right hand. Harry was already watching her eyes. He picked up the quill. Now, in the long slow work of his 3rd century, Harry had learned, from a small woman who had lived, once, on the borderlands of an old empire where reeds grew, the specific branch of applied magic called anchoring. Anchoring was the art of placing one's living presence inside an object so completely that what would otherwise pass from the object into the user passed the other way, or turned aside entirely, or went nowhere at all. It was useful against poisoned cups. It was useful against binding leashes. It was particularly useful against a black quill, which operated on the old principle of, what you say is what you are. If you could persuade a small cruel object that it was not, in fact, inflicting cruelty on you, but on the air around your hand, then a small cruel object would inflict cruelty on the air around your hand, and no more. Harry did not make a show of it. He set the quill to parchment. He wrote, in his small clean hand, "I must not tell lies." The quill drank his intention. The parchment drank his ink, which was not his. A faint breath of scarlet bloomed on the parchment and faded. Somewhere, a foot above the back of his left hand, a small stinging went into the air and dissipated. His left hand was untouched. "Again, Mr. Potter," Umbridge purred. Her eyes had not left his hand. "Yes, Professor. I must not tell lies. I must not tell lies. I must not tell lies." An hour went by. Umbridge had tea. Harry wrote. His quill hand moved with the unvarying steadiness of an old man's clockwork. His left hand, where the blood quill ought to have begun carving him, lay flat on the desk, palm up, whole and unmarked. By 9 o'clock, Umbridge's pink face was tight with a confusion she did not know how to articulate. "Show me your hand, Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor." Harry turned his left hand over and displayed it, palm up, to Dolores Umbridge. The skin was unbroken. Faintly pink, perhaps, from resting on the desk. Nothing more. Umbridge reached out with one pudgy, ring-encrusted hand and took his wrist. She turned his hand this way and that in the lamplight. He let her. He did not flinch. He did not smile. He watched her face instead, with a perfectly neutral expression, and let her be the one in the room pretending nothing was the matter. "Very strange," she said, at last. "Is something wrong, Professor?" "No." "May I continue?" "No." She released his wrist. Her little painted smile had come back, but it was a smile with something busy underneath. "That will be all for tonight, Mr. Potter. You are dismissed. I will see you again tomorrow evening, at the same time." "Yes, Professor." "Good night, Professor." He rose, inclined his head with the precise tip of politeness owed to a teacher one despises, and left the office. In the corridor outside, he let himself a half-second of private amusement, very small, at the corners of his mouth. Then he walked down the stairs toward Gryffindor Tower at his unhurried steady pace, thinking about how, on a suitably chosen evening, he was going to teach an entire generation of children how to fight. He did not need to summon the DA. The DA, by the end of September, assembled itself around him like iron filings around a lodestone. Hermione announced the idea in the Three Broomsticks on the second Hogsmeade weekend. Harry, as was his habit now, let Hermione do most of the talking, because Hermione was magnificent at it, and because a boy who had just come back from somewhere was not a boy people would follow, but a girl with charts and calendars very much was. 28 students signed the parchment. Ron added his name with a flourish. The twins signed with a joint signature. Luna signed her name in spirals. Cho Chang signed her name carefully, and smiled at Harry, who smiled back with the kind polite smile of a man who had once, in another life, been briefly in love with her, and who now wished her well and did not need her. On the first night of the DA, in the newly discovered room of requirement, Harry put aside what he knew and taught what a fifth year would teach. He showed them a proper disarming charm. He corrected 6 people's grips. He told Neville Longbottom, in private and without pity, that he was not, in fact, bad at magic, but was bad at believing he was good at magic, and that one of those things could be fixed in a term and the other could not, and that he, Harry, intended to fix the fixable one. By the end of the evening, 3 students had produced a corporeal Patronus for the first time. Neville, for reasons that astonished him, had disarmed Ron 4 times in a row. 2 weeks later, the first truly serious DA meeting came on a Thursday night in late October. Harry had, by now, begun letting certain members of the group see small pieces of what he was, because the alternative was to pretend to be less than he was in front of people he was asking to trust him, and he could not abide the shape of that lie. "Shields," he said, opening the meeting. "Tonight we do shields." "We did shields last week, Harry," Padma said, not unkindly. Last week we did Protego. This week we do the next one. What's the next one? The one that keeps you alive when Protego breaks, Harry said. Come on. Out of the line. Zacharias, you first. Zacharias Smith, with a suspicion he did not try to hide, stepped out. Harry raised his wand, a courtesy he had not dispensed with, even though he did not need it, and said, calmly, Expelliarmus. Zacharias, who had been told Expelliarmus was a basic duelist's courtesy, raised a shield charm. The shield charm shattered like a pane of cheap glass. His wand flew out of his hand and smacked into the opposite wall. That, Harry said, retrieving the wand and returning it, is what happens when you meet a Protego with more force than it was designed for. Which, these days, is most things. So. Next shield. Cartio. Never heard of it, said Hermione, immediately wary. You wouldn't have, Harry said. It's older than your book. You don't cast it with words, and you don't cast it with your wand arm. You cast it with where you're putting your weight. The room stilled. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Neville, in the corner, who had been quietly practicing his stance, lit up as if a lamp had come on behind his face. A stance charm, Hermione said slowly. A stance charm. Yes. It was used by people who fought in long cloaks before wands were fashionable. It is not a bubble. It is a slant. You place yourself so that the curse's path is no longer your body's path. The magic does the rest. How? I'll show you. He showed them. He did it small, first, because he was not in the habit of showing off. He asked Ginny Weasley, who was developing, he suspected, into one of the most gifted duelists of her year, to throw a soft stinging hex at him. She did. He turned one shoulder 2 inches and dropped his weight 3 inches, and the hex went through the place his chest had been, met the cardio slant, and skated off his silhouette into the floor with a small harmless hiss. Ha, said Fred Weasley, quietly. Do it again. Ginny said. Harry did it again. And again. And, after the 5th time, he had her do it to Neville, with coaching, until Neville was standing with his weight on the balls of his feet, his left hand loose at his side, his eyes just slightly relaxed, and Ginny's stinging hex glanced off his sleeve like rain. Neville stared at his own arm. Bloody hell, Harry, Ron said, from the bench. Bloody hell is right, Harry said mildly. Pair off. We'll have an hour on stance. We'll have an hour on footwork. And then I'll let you all go to bed. Harry, Hermione said, as people began pairing up. She drew him aside by the elbow. Her voice was low. You are teaching us magic that isn't in the curriculum. Yes. Magic that sounds older. Pre-wand. Yes. Harry, where did you? He looked at her. She knew, he thought, already. She had known at Grimmauld Place, over Molly's porridge. She had been watching his hands at dinner for a month. Soon, he said, quietly. You'll have it soon. I promise. All right. Her small, fierce hand squeezed his elbow once, and let go. Just, one thing, Harry. Yes. Whatever it is that happened to you. I'm glad you came back. He did not answer immediately. When he did, his voice was low. Me too, Hermione. Me too. When the room was empty except for himself, Harry stood in the middle of the polished floor for a little while and let his mind stretch. He could feel, in a way he had not allowed himself to feel, in daylight, up until now, the familiar prickle of Voldemort at the base of his scar. Not a vision. Not a dream. An awareness. A two-way pipe of ancient, fouled magic, running from his forehead back across Britain to a slack-faced man in a stone room who was thinking long slow thoughts about prophecies. Harry, who had built a house for his mind during his 8th century, walked now, in that house, to the small back room he had labeled Scar. He opened the door and went in. It was dark in the scar room, as it had been dark in him during his most frightened summers. But the darkness was not his. He could see that now. He could see it the way one sees, in a borrowed coat, that a button is not one's own. He stood in the middle of the darkness and looked, politely, at the seam where it did not belong to him. He did not tear at it. He did not strike at it. He simply placed a little quiet on the doorway, and a little warmth in the walls, and, very carefully, as one might trim a wick, he adjusted the flow of the pipe, not to close it, but to reverse its direction. Somewhere in a stone room, Lord Voldemort, who had been dozing in a high-backed chair with his bone-white hand on his wand, lifted his head sharply. Harry, inside the scar room in Hogwarts, did not intrude into Voldemort's consciousness. He did not push. He did not probe. He merely listened. He listened for half a minute. He learned the temperature of the room the Dark Lord sat in, cold, the name murmured twice in Voldemort's hearing in the last hour, Bellatrix, the piece of furniture he would not look at in the corner, a cabinet, tall, black, not yet opened this year, the word he had been muttering under his breath while he dozed, prophecy. Then, because he had been taught not to be greedy with any resource, Harry withdrew. He closed the scar room door behind him. He put a small lamp on it, so he could find it again when he wanted. In the stone room, Voldemort rose. His red eyes narrowed. He stared at nothing for a long time. Then, slowly, he sat back down, and he did not sleep any further that evening. In the room of requirement, Harry Potter rolled his shoulders, picked up his bag, and went back to the common room whistling a small tune he had learned a very long time ago from a woman with grey in her temples who had taught him to stand still. Albus Dumbledore sent for Harry on a Sunday afternoon in early November. Harry arrived in the headmaster's office at the appointed hour, with nothing in his pockets but his wand and a small paper bag of sugar mice from Honeydukes, which he set on the headmaster's desk without comment. "For Fawkes," he said. "I've been told he likes them." Dumbledore's eyes went briefly, genuinely soft. "He does." "Thank you, Harry." "Sir." "Sit, please." Harry sat. The headmaster's office smelt, as it always had, of old parchment and lemon and the faint, occasional cedar of Fawkes's particular warmth. Harry let himself feel, for a moment, the pleasant small ache of being in a room he had loved as a boy. "Harry," Dumbledore began, "I confess I have been puzzling over you since September the 1st. "Sir. You have declined occlumency lessons. You have declined my suggestion that you remain in Gryffindor Tower after hours. You have organized, I am informed, a small study group whose curriculum is considerably ahead of what Miss Umbridge's textbook would permit. I hear, also, from Professor McGonagall, that your essay on the Goblin Wars contained a citation from a treatise I have not thought about for 40 years. I thought it was a good essay. It was an excellent essay, Harry, which is itself my point." Silence. Dumbledore's half-moon eyes were very kind and very patient and very much aimed at him. The legilimency knock came at the door of the occlumency house, politely, persistently, and was politely, persistently not answered. "Sir," Harry said at last. "May I speak plainly?" "Always. You have, for 4 years, trusted me with very little. I have borne it, because you are the headmaster of my school and my mother's friend and a very great wizard. I am asking you, now, this year, to begin trusting me with more." "How much more?" "Everything you can safely trust me with. And more than that, in increments, as I earn them." Dumbledore considered him for a long time. The clockwork instruments on the shelves behind him whirred and puffed small silver puffs of smoke. "Harry," he said finally, "what is it that you want?" "I want him dead, sir." "So do we all." "Then I'd like to be treated," Harry said, politely, "as a peer in that project. Not as an asset." Dumbledore was silent for a long time. "I shall endeavor," he said at last, "to deserve that." "Thank you, sir." "Harry." "Sir. Whatever has happened to you, and something has, I will not ask you to name it, today. But I will say this. The old man's eyes grew tired. I have known very powerful people in my long life. I have been one, at times. Powerful people need one thing above all else to remain themselves. Do you know what it is? Their wonder, sir. Dumbledore did not blink. But something in his face, at that moment, aged by about 10 years and renewed itself by 20. Yes, he said, softly. Their wonder. Good night, Harry. Good night, sir. Harry rose. At the door, Dumbledore spoke once more. Harry. Sir. Bring me sugar mice again sometime. I will, sir. Between the Dumbledore meeting and the Thursday that followed, the Ministry, Bea Dolores Umbridge, issued 3 new educational decrees. Harry read each one pinned to the bulletin board in the entrance hall with the mild interest of a man reading a weather report for a city he did not live in. Decree 24 banned student organizations. Harry took it down personally, quietly, at 3 in the morning, and replaced it with an identical copy in which the word organizations had been exchanged for a word in medieval Aramaic that meant, roughly, lesser hiccups. Nobody noticed for 2 days. When somebody did, Harry was on the far side of the lake at the time, helping Luna identify a crumple-horned footprint in the mud, and had an excellent alibi. Decree 25 gave Umbridge the power to supervise other teachers' classrooms. Harry used the window this opened, with the patience of a man who had been given windows to use, to be particularly well-behaved in potions and particularly well-behaved in transfiguration, so that Umbridge's pink-robed inspections of his classes turned up nothing she could bite at, and then he was politely insubordinate in divination at precisely the wrong moment, in a way that caused Professor Trelawney to burst into unexpected tears and Umbridge to have to be the monster who comforted them. Both, which cost her a week of goodwill among the older Ravenclaws. Decree 26 Harry read twice. It barred teachers from discussing, in class, any subject not strictly related to the subject they were hired to teach. He folded the decree into a square, put it in his pocket, and on the Thursday night after, at the DA meeting, he taught a full hour on the history and political uses of educational gag orders and why, historically, they always preceded something worse. He did not have to recommend the conclusion. Neville was doing cardio while glaring at the floor like it had offended him personally. Hermione had begun keeping notes on everything Umbridge did in a small black notebook which she locked with a charm she was somewhat proud of. On Saturday, Gryffindor played Slytherin. Harry, who had grown up a brilliant broom rider, was now a man who had spent a century in his 5th century learning the slow deep ancient forms of flight in a body that had not needed a broom. He had decided, for the sake of his team and his captaincy and everything Oliver Wood had once wept over, to fly only as a 15-year-old 5th year should fly, with a little polish and no more. He caught the snitch on the 17th minute in an untroubled, unhurried spiral dive that Angelina, in the showers afterward, cheerfully called, the laziest brilliant Quidditch I've ever seen in my life, Potter. Harry accepted the compliment with a small bow. Umbridge, from the stands, watched him land and wrote something in a small pink notebook of her own. That evening, walking back from dinner, Harry felt, for the first time all term, the scar prickle turned sharp. Not an attack. An attention. Voldemort, in his stone room, had turned his mind, very briefly, toward Britain, and had, more than that, turned it specifically toward Hogwarts. Harry paused at a window in the 7th-floor corridor, looked out over the dark lake at a single high star, and said softly to nobody, "Yes. I see you too." He kept walking. He did not hurry. That night, long after Ron had fallen asleep with his mouth open and Neville had tucked his pet toad under his pillow and Seamus had spent half an hour muttering darkly about his mother's latest letter, Harry lay on top of his covers with his hands folded behind his head and looked up at the canopy of his four-poster. Beyond the canopy, the stars moved. He could feel them. One of the small inheritances of 1,000 years of standing still was that if you lay very quietly in the dark in a stone building, you could feel the rotation of the world under you, like a patient animal breathing. He thought about Umbridge, who was writing new decrees. He thought about Cho, who had looked at him at dinner with a small, puzzled, wistful look and had not come over to speak to him. He thought about Cedric, whose face he could now remember the way he remembered the face of a cousin who had died young, with love and without destruction. He thought about his godfather, locked in a house he hated, trying so hard to be a father he did not know how to be and doing better than he knew. He thought about Voldemort, who had felt him just now, and who would not rest easy again. He thought last about the arbiter, who had sent him back to a world he now saw clearly, and who had warned him about a larger thing, and who had said, "Do not lose your wonder." Harry smiled, very small, into the dark. "All right," he whispered, "to the ceiling, and to the stars beyond it, and to a grey-eyed woman somewhere beyond even that. All right. I'm listening. Let's see what else you've got." And after a while, with the ease of a man who could sleep anywhere and under anything, he slept. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, 1,000 more Christmas came down on Hogwarts in the particular manner of December, which is to say overnight and with great thoroughness. When Harry came downstairs on the morning of the 20th of December, the lake outside the Gryffindor Tower windows had become a smooth dull coin of ice, and the castle had grown an extra quiet, the quiet of a building that had shed 4/5 of its students and had settled in for a fortnight of steam heat and silver dust. He was one of very few fifth years who had stayed. Ron and Ginny had gone to Grimmauld, urged by their mother and by Sirius, who had asked Harry with a certain carefulness whether Harry would like to come along, and had accepted Harry's, "Not this year, I think, Padfoot, I'll come for New Year's," with only a slight worried dip of his head. Hermione had gone to her parents. Neville had gone to his grandmother. Luna, bafflingly, was still at Hogwarts. When Harry found her at the Ravenclaw breakfast table she smiled at him over her porridge and said, "Father has gone to Sweden." There are auroras, and Harry took that to mean he and Luna might be running into one another a great deal in the coming fortnight. On the 21st, after breakfast, Harry walked up to the astronomy tower, which was a place he had always gone to think, and stood at the parapet in the wind for about 20 minutes. Down in the courtyard, a handful of second-years were building a snowman that had begun as a snowman and had evolved, thanks to a banned transfiguration charm, into a small ambulatory snow octopus. Harry watched the octopus fall over and become 4 snowmen again. He laughed. Then he stopped laughing and he closed his eyes. The silver-blue letters, which had not shown themselves to him since the night in Privet Drive, resolved themselves patiently inside his eyelids. System ready. Level 2 available. Path forward, 1,000 years of training. Emphasis this level, magical theory. Runecraft. Soul literacy. Embodied wandless casting. Do you wish to proceed? Harry opened his eyes briefly, looked at the snow octopus in transition for a last reassuring second, and closed his eyes again. "Yes," he said, to the inside of his own forehead. "Let's go." The wind died. The tower stones went soft at their edges. The pale door opened. The arbiter was waiting for him on the other side of the pale door. Today it wore the form of a tall thin grey-eyed woman again, the one Harry had come to think of as the arbiter's favorite shape, though it had never quite said so. "Harry," she said, and inclined her head. "Arbiter. You slept. For a bit. Not well, the last week of term. There's a lot happening, back there. We will give you rest, first." She extended a hand. Behind her, the pale ground resolved itself, first into a small garden, then into a low thatched cottage at one edge of the garden, with a fire going and a copper kettle on it. Harry knew the cottage. It was the cottage he had built for himself in his 4th century and had never quite torn down. 2 weeks of sleep, to begin. Then we work. 2 weeks is a lot. 2 weeks is 2 weeks. Out there, nothing happens. Here, I want you to be rested before we ask the mind to hold soul magic. He slept. When he rose, the garden outside the cottage was full of the kind of perpetual mild summer the arbiter used for the hard lessons. On the bench by the kettle, a slim book was waiting. He picked it up. There was no title on its cover. When he opened it, the book was blank, and it remained blank until he held a thought above it. Then the book filled itself, sentence by sentence, with what he had come to understand. Soul literacy, the arbiter said from the doorway. She was pouring tea into 2 cups. The reading of souls. Not the tampering with them. I know. Today we only read. Will you let me read yours? Yes. She did. She held his right hand in both of hers and laid her forehead against his knuckles for about a minute, and her long grey hair fell around them like a private tent. Harry felt nothing at all. Reading a soul, he had learned the last time he was here, did not feel like anything in the body. It was only in the observer's face that the transfer showed. The arbiter lifted her head. Her eyes, which were in that moment the eyes of a very experienced doctor, had narrowed slightly. There is a thing, she said, wedged in your scar. Yes. You know what it is. I have a suspicion. I'd like you to tell me. She told him. Harry listened for a long time. When she was done, he had the cup of tea in his hand, and the tea was cold, and the arbiter was watching him with an expression that was almost kindly. Can I remove it? Harry said at last. Not yet. Not safely, this level. Perhaps at the end of the 3rd. What about him? The one who made the scar. He has others. Many others. Yes. The arbiter's mouth set in a careful line. 5, at the time he cast the curse at you. A 6th was made by accident, the one in your scar. He has made, since, no more. Tell me all of them. In time. I'd rather now. Level up, Harry, and then we'll see what you can learn to hear. He looked at her. He remembered, from the first level, how often she had refused him things. He had come to understand, by his 7th century, that every refusal was a promise. He drank his cold tea and he did not argue. All right, he said. Let's work. They worked. This level did not pass through him as 1,000 years. It passed through him as 1,000 afternoons in a cottage garden, each afternoon worth a life. He learned runecraft, not as it was carved on goblin jewelry, but as it had been bone-written in tombs before pharaohs. He learned to cast without a wand, and then without a hand, and then without a word, and finally, a very strange lesson, and one he never fully understood, without a will, such that a spell he had already mastered, once aimed, would simply complete itself whether he wanted it to or not. He was, by the end of his 2nd level, a person a spell could live inside of for a while before going out into the world. He learned to tell, at a glance, when another person's soul was whole and when it was not, and how. He learned the difference between a soul that had been tampered with and a soul that had been torn. He learned, and this, the arbiter warned him, was the most dangerous thing he had ever learned, the shape of a Horcrux. He learned to recognize his own, in his scar, and to live around it without feeding it. A very specific lesson, in the middle of that 1,000 afternoons, came back to him afterward more than almost any other. It was the day the arbiter taught him what she called the pity of wizards. Wizards, the arbiter said, by and large, do not pity one another. Muggles pity one another constantly. Muggles have invented entire professions around pity. Wizards, and I speak here of the British sort, who are the worst, have decided, as a society, that pity is a weakness. A duelist does not pity his opponent. A teacher does not pity his student. A father, very often, does not pity his son. You think I should pity them. I think you should pity everyone. Or, not quite pity. Pity is the wrong word in English, pity has condescension in it. I mean, recognize. Recognize that each of them, even the worst of them, is a small self, somewhere inside their chest, which is scared. Your Voldemort is a small self, somewhere inside his chest, which is terrified. You will not defeat him by being less scared than he is. You will defeat him by recognizing, and this is very important, Harry, that he is afraid, and that you are not, and that this is the difference between you. Why do I need to recognize it? Because if you do not, you will become him. Power without recognition is always that story. Always. She sighed, a small tired sigh. I have seen it, child. Over and over. In 100 little corners of 100 little worlds. Do not be the next. He did not become her next. He never forgot it. Somewhere in his 1700th year, he walked, as he sometimes did, out beyond the cottage garden into the long grassland that did not really exist, and he sat down under a sky that was no sky, and he wept. He wept for a boy who had been forced to carry a piece of his enemy in his head for 14 years without knowing. He wept for a mother who had died for a boy who had been poisoned by the curse that killed her. He wept because 1,000 years of wisdom did not make unfair things fair, and he had caught himself, lately, beginning to believe they might. The arbiter did not come to him. She knew better than that. She waited for him to come back. Eventually, he did. Ready, she said. Ready. At the end of his second 1,000, on the eve of his return, the arbiter took him by both hands and looked at him for a long time. You are, she said, a very different man. Yes. You are still a good one. Am I? Yes. Her gray eyes softened. I would tell you if you weren't. That is part of my job. Thank you. Go, now. Someone down there misses you. One last question. The thing you warned me about. The larger thing. Is it closer? The arbiter's face did something she rarely let it do. It darkened. Yes, she said. A little. Yes. How close? 50 years, as this world ticks. All right. Harry. Yes. Do not hurry. Live a life. Marry. Have children, if you choose. Be a person, first, so that when the larger thing comes, what meets it is a man and not a weapon. He swallowed. He nodded. He did not quite trust himself to speak. She touched his forehead. The cottage folded itself up, the garden folded itself up, the sky that had never been sky folded itself up, and he opened his eyes on the astronomy tower at Hogwarts on the morning of the 21st of December, with the wind in his hair and a snow octopus in full four-piece dissolution in the courtyard below. He stood very still for a moment. He pressed one hand to the stone of the parapet and felt, with a touch, the 800 years of this particular tower, the dates of every repair it had ever had, the initials of every young witch and wizard who had ever scratched a heart into one of its stones. The castle, under his hand, felt like an old polite animal that had finally decided to let him pet it. Thank you, Harry said to it, softly. He walked back inside, down toward breakfast. On the day before Christmas Eve, Harry met Luna in the third-floor corridor and they walked together, without any prior arrangement, out of the castle and down to Hogsmeade to buy him a Weasley jumper order and her a packet of licorice wands. It was, technically, not a Hogsmeade weekend. Umbridge had not yet noticed Harry existed outside of scheduled sightings. They slipped out under Harry's cloak and then, past the gates, Harry unconcealed them and offered Luna his elbow, and Luna took it with gracious regard. They had bought the jumpers, 3, for various Weasleys, and the licorice wands, 1, bitten in half, shared, and had just come out of Honeydukes when Harry's scarprickle went, very suddenly, cold. Luna, he said, in a voice that was not his ordinary voice, walk back toward the 3 broomsticks. Slow. Don't look behind you. Don't stop for anyone. Order a butterbeer. I will be there in 20 minutes. Luna did not argue. Luna never argued. She turned and walked in the direction he had said, unhurried, humming. A gaggle of 7th years stepped around her on their way toward Honeydukes. Harry watched her go for 3 seconds, satisfied, and then he turned on his heel and began walking in the opposite direction, toward the alley at the side of Dervish and Banjas. 3 cloaked figures were coming into the far end of the alley. They were not trying to hide. They were not trying to display. They were walking in the exact deliberate manner of people whose wands were out under their sleeves and whose apparition points were mapped. Harry knew the lead man's walk, Antonin Dolohov, the tallest of the three, moving with the small economy of a fencer. He did not know the second, he guessed, from the wand hand and the slight limp, one of the Lestrange brothers, probably Rabastin. The third was shorter, stockier, possibly Travers. They had been sent, Harry realized, not for him. They had been sent to take a Hogwarts student. As a message. The fact that it turned out to be him was either the most convenient accident in recent Death Eater history or an indication that Voldemort had found a way around the safeguards Harry had placed on the Scar Room. Harry preferred to assume the latter. It was safer. "Hello, gentlemen," he said, and stepped into the middle of the alley. Dolohov stopped. Even under the hood, Harry could see his eyes narrow at the greeting. He was accustomed, Harry suspected, to children running. He was not accustomed to the greeting of a man who was glad to see him. "Potter," Dolohov said, in his heavy Russian-accented English. "Antonin. How, your walk, mostly. And the brothers, there, on your flanks. Rabastin, Travers. I'm honored." Three of the Dark Lord's inner circle, on a Saturday afternoon, on the alleyway by Dervish and Banjas. "He'll be disappointed, you know." "I'm sorry." "Disappointed?" said Travers, with a small unkind laugh. "Yes. There are going to be 3 open seats at his dinner table tomorrow." Dolohov stopped smiling. He raised his wand. Avada, Harry did not raise his wand. He raised, instead, a single hand, palm open, fingers slightly curled, and he drew, across the air in front of him, a shape that was not a rune but had the flavor of one, a sigil old enough that the castle 100 yards behind them flinched to feel it, and the snow on the cobblestones a yard beyond Dolohov's feet stopped being snow for about half a second and became, instead, 83 small arrow-headed shards of hard air. The shards struck. They did not strike Dolohov in the chest, because that was too quick a death for a man who had killed, among others, Gideon and Fabian Pruitt. They struck him in his wand hand, precisely in the tendons of his wand hand, and his wand went one way, and the delicate small bones between his thumb and his little finger went about 30 degrees in about 18 directions, and Dolohov screamed, because even a man who has killed is entitled to scream when his wand hand has been disassembled in a single breath. Rabastin and Travers recovered. They were, after all, men who had duelled. They raised their wands, Rabastin going for a Cruciatus to buy Dolohov time, Travers going for the killing curse because Travers was not an imaginative man. Harry moved. He moved, for the first time since his return, the way he had learned to move in his 1000th year, not fast, exactly, because fast was a visible thing, but efficient, which was an invisible thing. His left hand came up under Rabastin's wand and took Rabastin's wrist and broke it, and at the same instant, as he stepped past Rabastin, his right hand, still empty, struck Travers across the bridge of the nose with the controlled flat of a palm that had learned patience. Travers's nose was not the only thing that broke. Travers went sideways into the alley wall and did not get up. Rabastin, on his knees now, with one ruined wrist and his brother's wand hand gone to pieces behind him, looked up at Harry with the dawning horror of a man who had not yet realized the children in this school had grown up. Harry knelt. He put one hand under Rabastin Lestrange's chin, lifted the man's face, and said, "Tell your master 3 things. 1. I know where Bellatrix is. 2. I know what he has in his cabinet. 3. The boy has left the graveyard. Say those 3 things, Rabastin, exactly." "I say them. I know where Bellatrix is. I know what he has in his cabinet. The boy has left the graveyard." "Good." Harry touched Rabastin's forehead. A small sleeping charm, unobtrusive, professionally landed, took Rabastin under before he finished his sentence. Harry lowered him carefully to the cobbles. Then he stood, dusted his hands, and walked along the alley to the groaning Dolohov, whom he regarded with the quiet professional attention of a man deciding what to do with a venomous animal that had struck and missed. Harry bound Dolohov with cords of pale light from the tip of a finger. He bound Travers similarly. He took all 3 wands, examined each briefly, and snapped the one Dolohov had been holding. That wand had touched one too many killing curses and did not deserve to be used again. The other 2 wands he put in his coat pocket for the ministry to collect. He then, as a matter of good manners, cast a Patronus stag into the bright December air and gave it a precise, mild-mannered message in the shape of a thought: 3 Death Eaters, immobilized, in the alley by Dervish and Banjas, Hogsmeade. Dolohov, Rabaston Lestrange, Travers. Please come and collect them promptly. The stag bowed and dissolved into the light. Harry turned, and walked back down the alley, and entered the 3 broomsticks, and found Luna sitting in the window with 2 butterbeers and a plate of chips, waiting for him with a radish earring caught in the light. "Sorry that took so long," Harry said. He sat down. "You're not hurt," Luna observed. "No." "Good. The chips are hot." She passed him the plate. Tonks was the first to arrive. She took one look at the alley, one look at Harry's Patronus memory floating in the mild air, one look at the 3 bound Death Eaters, and said, "Watcher, Harry." Tonks. Tonks, is it? We were on first names last summer." "We still are. Thought you might like to be addressed officially for the report." Tonks's pink hair briefly went a surprised yellow. She laughed. "Cheeky bugger. All right. 3, yes. Dolohov, the brother, Travers?" "Yes." "Any injuries?" "Dolohov's right hand is no longer in the shape of a right hand. Travers has a broken nose and may have concussion. Rabaston's left wrist is broken. Sleeping charm on Rabaston, immobilization on the others." Wands. Harry laid 2 wands on the lid of a crate in the alley. These belonged to the ministry. "The 3rd wand, which Dolohov was using, I've destroyed." "I'm not sorry." "Merlin." "Harry. You did all this on your own." "I did." Tonks stared at him for a moment. Her hair went through several colors. She opted, eventually, for a dark thoughtful purple. "The ministry will want a statement. I'll give one. Dumbledore will want a word. He can have 2. And Dolohov, on current form, will be in hospital for 3 weeks. That is regrettable, but I am not going to apologize for it." "Not asking you to, mate." Tonks's mouth quirked. "Should I be asking you to?" "No." "Then I'm not asking you to." Hermione was waiting for him at Grimmauld Place on the 28th of December, 2 days after his statement to the ministry had been quietly filed and 4 days after Dolohov had been discharged into a cell at Azkaban. She was sitting in Sirius's drawing room with a large cup of tea, a large book on runes, and a small hard expression that Harry recognized from a great many arguments with Ron. He sat down across from her. He did not speak. She wanted, he could feel, to begin. "I read about it," she said. "The attack. It was in the Prophet. Not in the front of the Prophet, because Umbridge is running the Prophet, but in the bottom of page 6 there is a little paragraph explaining that a student named Potter encountered 3 Death Eaters and subdued them using, and I quote, apparently defensive spellwork of an advanced but unspecified nature. That's fair." "It is not fair, Harry." "No. You disarmed Antonin Dolohov. You destroyed his wand. With your bare hand, according to one witness, because you used a rune I can't find in any rune book I own. It wouldn't be in your rune books, Hermione. It predates them." Hermione set her tea down, very carefully, on a saucer. "Harry," she said. "I have been patient. I have given you months. I have watched you teach magic at the DA that no 5th year knows. I have watched you speak to Professor Dumbledore like a colleague. I have watched you write an essay on Goblin Wars that cited a treatise my father's godmother, who is 86, had to look up in her attic. I have watched you be different. I have been patient. I am asking you now, as your friend, to tell me what happened. Harry looked at her. For a moment he thought of doing the thing he had been doing, of deflecting, of delaying, of asking her to wait. But Hermione had earned, as she always did, the thing she was asking for. I had a system installed, he said, very quietly, the night you all sent me those careful short letters after Cedric's funeral. A being came to me. It offered me access to a pocket realm where 1,000 years of subjective training could be compressed into no outside time at all. I accepted. Hermione said. 1,000 years. Yes. I have been away, now, twice. I am, in practical terms, just over 2,000 years older than the birthday I will be having next summer. Hermione did not speak for a very long time. She was, he realized, doing a thing she rarely did, doing the maths. 2,000, she said at last. And a bit. Harry. Yes. Are you still you? Yes. How do you know? Because my measure of who I am is a woman I loved once and lost in my 218th year, and she told me, in her last winter, what I would look like if I ever stopped being me. I am not that. I would know. Hermione's eyes were unreadable. She was, he realized with a small private ache, choosing whether to cry. In the end she did not. She picked up her tea, and drank a sip, and put it down. Have you told Ron? No. I will. Tonight, if he's willing. Have you told Sirius? In increments. Dumbledore? He knows some of it. Not all. Who else? Luna, implicitly. She worked it out from the moment we boarded the train. Remus suspects. I have told no one outright. All right. Hermione exhaled. She was doing, he saw, what Hermione always did, she was taking a very large new fact and cutting it into usable pieces. All right, Harry. All right. I need to sit with this. May I sit with it? For as long as you need. Don't go anywhere. I'm here all week, Hermione. She laughed, a short, startled laugh that surprised her, and she got up and she went, carefully, up to the bedroom she was sharing with Ginny, and she closed the door very gently behind her. Harry sat in the drawing room for a while longer. He poured himself tea. He listened. He could hear, very faintly, through the old walls, Hermione Granger, the cleverest person he knew in any century, sitting on her bed for a long time before she began, quietly and privately, to cry. He did not intrude. He waited. He had always been, if nothing else, good at waiting. Ron found Harry on the roof of Grimmauld Place on New Year's Eve. Ron was in an old jumper that had once been Charlie's, with 2 mugs of hot chocolate balanced precariously in one hand and his wand in the other. Mum says the roof isn't safe. The roof is perfectly safe. I know it is. I have been checking it every summer since I was 8. Harry laughed and reached for the mug Ron offered. Ron sat down next to him, carefully, on a bit of leaded slate that was warm from Harry's body. They looked out over the frosted rooftops of Islington. Somewhere in the distance, some muggle was setting off fireworks early. So, Ron said. So. Hermione's told me. I thought she might. She said you said she could. I did. Is she right? She is. 2,000 years. And change. Ron drank his hot chocolate. Harry did not try to fill the silence. He had learned, a long time ago, not to hurry anyone through grief, and Ron was, in his own way, grieving. It was a small grief, it was the grief of a boy who had been expecting to share 5th year with his best friend and had woken up to find his best friend had accidentally become something much older than 5th year. Are you still my mate, Harry? Yes. Still the same one? Yes. You swear? I swear. On what? Your mother's sandwiches. Ron, despite himself, laughed. It was a small surprised laugh that became a larger one and carried with it a good half of the stiffness he had been carrying down the stairs. Okay, he said. Okay. Okay. Then, what do you need from me, then? I beg your pardon. You've been different all term. You've been doing things. You've been teaching us things. You've been handling Umbridge. You've been looking at Dumbledore like he's a bloke, not a god. I reckon you've got a plan. I want to help. Ron, don't tell me you don't need the help. I know you don't. But Hermione doesn't need the help either and she's still offering it. I reckon you've got the sort of problem where you need people to be around you precisely because you don't need them. Because if nobody's around, you start to drift. Because 2,000 years is a long time to have been on your own. Harry looked at Ron for a long moment. Ron flushed, defensively. Was that wrong? That was exactly right, Ron. Oh. Where did that come from? Hermione helped me think about it all afternoon. Of course she did. Harry smiled into the dark. All right. Here is what I need from you, Ron Weasley. I need you to stay the person you have always been. I need you to keep being appalled when I do something mad, and I need you to keep telling me I'm being an arrogant git when I'm being an arrogant git, and I need you to keep laughing at me when I take myself too seriously. None of that is a small job. In fact, if I have you and Hermione, I think I will be fine. Ron considered this with gravity. Right, he said. I can do that. I'm extremely good at telling people they're being gits. It's a family trait. I know it is. Also, mate. Yeah. If the moment ever comes when you need me to do something properly useful with a wand, I want in. I want in properly. Don't leave me in a corridor with Ginny and the ghost of Myrtle. You'll be in, Ron. I swear it. Somewhere down the street, a clock began to bong midnight. The fireworks in the distance went from idle to determined. Ron clinked his mug against Harry's. Happy New Year, you old bastard. Happy New Year, Ron. They sat on the roof for a little longer, drinking hot chocolate, watching London turn a year over. Harry said nothing more. It was, he thought, the easiest silence he had shared with another person in centuries. Sirius, on the morning of the 2nd of January, poured Harry a cup of coffee without being asked and put it down in front of him without comment. Padfoot. Godson. What's on your mind? The prophet says you destroyed Antonin Dolahov's wand hand. Correct. The prophet says you did it with what an eyewitness described as a bare gesture. Also correct. Sirius sat down opposite him. He did not look angry. He did not even look worried. He looked, Harry thought, like a man who had already done his worrying in private and had come to a decision. Harry. Yes, Sirius. I don't care about the magic. I'll get used to the magic. I care about the part where you went alone into an alley with 3 Death Eaters in it, and didn't send up a signal first, and didn't call for Tonks until it was over. That part is the part one would like, going forward, not to happen again. Noted. I am not your jailer. I know. I am the only living man who is your father's best friend. I am, on a technicality of wizarding law, the only person standing between you and the Dursleys. I am, on top of that, fond of you in a way that frightens me, sometimes. I would, therefore, very much like not to have to bury you. Sirius's grey eyes held his. Do not put me in the position of having to worry about that, Harry. I am not a man who is good at worry. I do bad things when I worry. All right. All right. All right. I will call for backup when I can. I will not pick a fight I cannot end. I will not walk into an alley with 3 Death Eaters in it unless I am absolutely certain I will walk out of it. Say that last one again. I will not walk into an alley with 3 Death Eaters in it unless I am absolutely certain I will walk out of it. And if Death Eaters start a fight with a 5th year who is not you, then I will finish it. Good. Sirius picked up his own coffee. Thank you. You're welcome. Now, because I don't want us to have this conversation again, is there anything you'd like to tell me, today, which would help me not have to ask you these questions anymore? Harry considered this for a long moment over the rim of his cup. I am working on something, he said. I will tell you, properly, before the end of this term. Not because you are asking. Because I want you to know. Will you wait until then? Yes. Thank you, Padfoot. Harry. I love you, you know. In case it has not been obvious. I know, Sirius. I love you too. Sirius, whose whole face went briefly young, looked into his coffee for a long moment and said nothing at all. On the Friday of the first week back, Dumbledore sent a note down to the Gryffindor breakfast table. It was a small note, folded twice, and it said only, "This evening, after supper, if you have time. Fawkes has requested more sugar mice." Harry went. He brought, this time, 2 paper bags. The headmaster's office was as it had always been. Fawkes, on his perch, was midway through the early molt of his new plumage and looked ridiculous. The phoenix accepted his sugar mice with regal forbearance, as if embarrassed by the state of his feathers. Harry. Sir. Sit, please. Harry sat. I wanted to speak with you about the Hogsmeade affair, Dumbledore said, without preamble. Not to chastise. To understand. Yes, sir. The Ministry is, of course, displeased. Cornelius Fudge has convinced himself that you have a secret tutor. Dolores is content to let him believe this for the time being. Others, Madame Bones, in particular, are less satisfied with either explanation. The pressure on you, Harry, is about to become substantial. I understand, sir. Madame Bones is a reasonable woman. Were you willing to sit for a private interview with her, I believe the worst of the speculation could be quieted. She is not our enemy. Would she be willing to swear a wizard's oath to keep whatever she saw in the interview confidential? Dumbledore's eyebrows lifted very slightly. I had not proposed to ask her that. Why? Because, sir, Harry said, politely, I intend to be honest with her, in proportion to her discretion. I am not going to put myself at the mercy of any conversation that can be carried out of the room without my consent. In the long run it is a disservice to her as much as to me. I see. If she is willing, I will sit with her. I will ask. Thank you, sir. Dumbledore folded his hands. The half-moon spectacles caught a soft bar of light from the window. Harry. Sir. At some point, and soon, the two of us will need to speak about a prophecy. Harry looked at him steadily. Sir, he said, I am aware of the prophecy. Ah. I am aware of its wording. I am aware of who made it. I am aware of who heard enough of it to be dangerous with what he hath heard. I am aware of where the whole of it is currently kept. I am aware, also, that I am in no hurry to go and hear the rest of it from a dusty ball in the basement of a ministry you do not trust. Dumbledore was silent for a long time. Would you, he said eventually, hear it from me? Yes, sir. When you are ready to tell me. I am ready. Then tell me, sir. Dumbledore told him. Harry listened, without moving, for a little over 2 minutes. When the old man was done, Harry nodded once and said, Thank you, sir. You do not seem surprised. I am not surprised. I am, if anything, reassured. Prophecies of that kind are not instructions. They are announcements of possibility. I intend to make the possibility that he falls. That is, Dumbledore said slowly, a wiser way to hold a prophecy than many grown wizards have managed. I have been working on it, sir. Dumbledore looked at him for a long, long moment. Then he rose, slowly, and, to Harry's surprise, crossed the office to stand beside Fawkes's perch, and laid his hand, briefly, against the phoenix's breast, the way a man greets an old friend after being away. "Harry," he said, without turning, "I have made, I think, many mistakes with you." "Sir, no. Let me say this. I told myself, for years, that you were a boy to be protected from a fate too big for you. I shaped my decisions around that story. I now suspect that story was, among other things, a way to protect myself from the fact that I had nothing to offer a child in your position except the school I loved. That was insufficient. I am sorry for it. Thank you, sir. We will speak again, you and I. Soon. And, Harry. Sir. If, one day, you decide you would like my help with whatever it is you are building, ask me. I am still, for all my faults, good for something. I will, sir. Good night. Good night, Harry. Harry walked down the spiral stair with his hands loose at his sides. In the stone corridor below, he paused, once, at a window facing north, and looked out over the forbidden forest with a small quiet smile. The evening was cold. Somewhere off in the castle, a clock struck 9. He kept walking. In a stone room in a place Harry had not yet located, Lord Voldemort, who had been in a rage for 3 days over the loss of 3 of his circle, was in the midst of that particular quiet which followed the exhaustion of rage. Bellatrix Lestrange knelt before him, head bowed, the dark curls of her prison-greasy hair half obscuring her face. She had, 3 weeks before, walked out of Azkaban on the arm of her husband. "Tell me again," Voldemort said, "exactly what Rabastan said." Bellatrix raised her face. There was a feverish brightness in her eyes that Voldemort had not yet decided, in his heart of hearts, whether he liked. He said, "I know where Bellatrix is. I know what is in your cabinet. The boy has left the graveyard." "The boy," Voldemort said softly. "The boy." "Master, silent, Bella." She fell silent. Voldemort rose. He crossed to the tall black cabinet at the far wall of the stone room. He laid his white hand, for a long moment, against its door. He had not opened this cabinet for months. He did not open it now. He turned, slowly, and his red eyes found his lieutenant. "Bella," he said, "I want the Longbottoms found. I want the Lovegood girl watched. And I want a trap built for the boy. Not now. In the spring." His fingers closed, one by one, into a fist. "If he has left the graveyard, as he says, then we must, very soon, make him wish he had not." "Yes, master." "And Bella." "Master. Do not underestimate him this time. The last people who did came back in pieces." "Never, master." "Good." He sat down in the high-backed chair, folded his long white fingers, and began, in the slow deliberate way of a man who had all the time he wanted, to think. Back at Hogwarts on the 5th of January, Harry came down to breakfast to find a new educational decree, 27, Umbridge's busiest yet, pinned in the entrance hall. It stated that any student found engaging in defensive magic, of a nature unsanctioned by the ministry, outside of a ministry-sanctioned setting was liable to immediate expulsion. He read it twice. He smiled. Then he went, unhurriedly, up to the defense classroom and knocked on the door at 8 o'clock sharp, as Umbridge had requested, because she had, via an owl to the Gryffindor common room, ordered him to report to her before the start of term classes. "Mr. Potter. Come in. Professor. Sit." He sat. Umbridge's desk had, since he had last been in her office, acquired a small stack of profit clippings, each one about him, each one annotated in the same pink handwriting. "Mr. Potter. The ministry has had, over Christmas, some interesting news concerning you." "Yes, Professor." "A report, somewhat garbled, concerning an incident in Hogsmeade." "Yes, Professor. The minister would like me to convey to you that the ministry, while grateful for any student's effort to defend himself, is extremely disturbed by any suggestion that a student is performing feats outside the ordinary range of approved fifth-year spellwork. Yes, Professor. Have you any explanation, Mr. Potter? I have, Professor, several. I am not sure which one the minister would prefer. Try me. Adrenaline. Dumb luck. The assistance of unseen adult witnesses who have since declined to come forward out of professional modesty. The wards around Hogsmeade reacting to a recognized threat. A Patronus that did more than I expected. A hidden curse-breaker in the alley who I did not see. A divine intervention. Or, Harry smiled very slightly, simply that I have been working hard. Mr. Potter. Professor. This is not a laughing matter. I assure you, Professor, I am not laughing. Umbridge's pink smile went entirely flat. She stared at him across the desk for several seconds. You are being insolent. I am being honest. Surely that is the point of your educational decrees. She stared at him for a full 15 seconds. Then she picked up her quill, the small pink quill, not the black one, and began to write in her pink notebook. Harry sat patiently. When she had finished writing, she put the quill down. You may go, Mr. Potter. We will be speaking again, shortly. Yes, Professor. At the door, Harry paused and turned. Professor. Yes, Mr. Potter. The man you are writing to, the one who read your letter before you sent it, will not thank you for the quality of the intelligence. Umbridge went, briefly, a color that was not flattering to her robes. That will be all, Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. Good morning, Professor. He walked down to breakfast, humming under his breath. Hermione, when he sat down across from her, did not ask him why he was humming. She handed him toast. Good meeting. Productive, actually. Good. He ate his toast. He was not afraid. He had, very deliberately, cleared a little space in the lamplit back room of his mind where he kept a particular map of Voldemort Spring, and he was, over his toast, beginning to draw on it. In the astronomy tower at Hogwarts, some miles to the north, a 15-year-old boy who was not really 15 stood in the cold with a single star above his head and listened to that thinking, very carefully, from a small lamplit doorway in the quiet back of his own mind. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The grim architect Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, came to Hogwarts on the second Saturday of February, dressed in sensible traveling robes and carrying a small leather briefcase. She was a short, square-shouldered woman with a monocle that had never been out of her left eye in public, and she had, Harry could see, in the first 3 seconds, the particular quiet confidence of a woman who had done her job honestly for long enough to have outlived 6 ministers. She met him in the Transfiguration classroom, which Professor McGonagall had offered for the purpose, and which still smelt, faintly, of the cinnamon the house elves used on the desks when they polished. McGonagall was present. Dumbledore was not, at Harry's request, and, to Harry's surprise, at Dumbledore's cheerful agreement. Madam Bones, Harry said, rising as she came in. Thank you for coming. Mr. Potter. Will you take tea? I will, thank you. He poured. She sat. McGonagall settled at the side of the room with her knitting and the distinct air of a woman who was, firstly, a chaperone and, secondly, a scribe, and, thirdly, not going to miss a single word. Mr. Potter, Bones said, sipping her tea, before we begin. My office would normally prefer an interview under truth potion, as a matter of procedure in affairs of this scale. I am told, by the headmaster, that you would prefer to proceed under an oath of discretion on my part. I am willing. I would like to understand why. Because I intend to tell you the truth, Madam Bones, and the truth, if it gets out of this room, will put certain people I love into a worse position than they are already in. You trust me not to carry it out. I trust you, I think, precisely as far as you trust me not to be lying to you. Which is why I offered you the conversation. An oath simplifies the arithmetic for both of us. Amelia Bones looked at him over her monocle for a long moment. Then, to McGonagall's quiet surprise, her mouth did a very small thing which was, in Amelia Bones, almost a smile. "Very well," she said. She raised her wand and spoke the formulation of a law enforcement oath of discretion. It was a polished and considered form, and Harry listened to every word. He added, politely, a small rider of his own, "And Madam Bones, would you include this, except where, in my own conscience, I must use the information to save an innocent life?" She paused. Then she nodded once. "I will include it, Mr. Potter." "Well drafted. Where did you learn to draft oaths?" "Reading." "Reading where?" "Around." She let it pass. She swore. Magic settled, briefly and visibly, in the air of the room like a very fine dust, and then faded. "Now," she said. "The alley. Tell me." Harry told her. He told her honestly and in full about the encounter itself, the walk, the three men, Dolahov's wand, the sigil, the shards, Rabaston, Travers, the 3 sentences he had sent back with Rabaston to his master. He did not tell her about the Mind Dungeon. He told her, instead, that he had been, since 4th year, pursuing a private course of magical training with a tutor he was not prepared to name. Bones's eyebrows ticked up a 1/4 inch. "A tutor, Mr. Potter?" "Yes." "Who is?" "Whose identity I will not disclose." "Even under oath?" "Even under oath." "If you press me, Madam Bones, I will politely stop cooperating." "Fair enough." She made a small mark on her parchment. "Was this tutor present in the alley?" "No." "Was this tutor present in the castle at any point this year?" "No, madam." "Does this tutor have any prior association with the Dark Lord, Death Eaters, or any proscribed magical faction?" "No." "Good. Next question. The sigil. It is older than you are, Mr. Potter." "I have been head of the DMLE for 12 years. I have seen, in my time, every rune in the British Bureau of Runic Research's catalogue and most of the continental ones. The shape you drew in the air is not in any of them. It predates the catalogues, Madam Bones." "By how much?" "I'd rather not say." "By centuries?" "Yes." "By millennia?" "Yes." "Mr. Potter." "Madam Bones." "Who is your tutor?" "Madam Bones, this is the 3rd time I have declined. It is the last time I will ask." "Thank you." She made another mark on her parchment. She was, Harry thought, a very excellent sort of person, the sort of person who knew when to keep walking. "Very well," she said. "I am going to advise the minister that there is no evidence of unlawful activity on your part. I will recommend a reprimand on the grounds of reckless behavior in a public place, and I will argue very strongly against any further action. I cannot promise the minister will accept my recommendation. He is, as you know, not at his best at the moment." "I understand. I will also, as a personal courtesy, send you a private owl if I hear any ministry plan to, let us say, intercept you anywhere in the coming months." "Madam Bones, that is extraordinarily generous." "It is not generous, Mr. Potter. It is in the ministry's interest that whoever it is who has been teaching you, continues to teach you. Goodbye, Mr. Potter. I hope very much that we do not meet again under worse circumstances. Goodbye, Madam Bones." She rose. McGonagall saw her out. At the door, Amelia Bones paused and looked back at Harry with the monocle glinting. "Mr. Potter." "Madam. Next time you destroy a wand at a scene, send me a note. I like to add them to my collection." "Yes, Madam Bones." Her small smile returned for half a second. She swept out. McGonagall, closing the door behind her, gave Harry a long, searching look over her spectacles that was, if he read it right, almost approving. "Potter." "Yes, Professor. Go and have your lunch. Yes, Professor. McGonagall waited at the foot of the stairs when Harry came out of the Transfiguration classroom after the Bones interview. She walked him, in silence, to the Gryffindor corridor. At the portrait hole she stopped, and for a moment her hand hovered, very briefly, over his shoulder before she lowered it without quite touching him. Potter. Professor. Your father would have been unbearable about a compliment like this, so I will make it brief. You comported yourself well in there. Thank you, Professor. Good night. Good night, Professor. He went in through the portrait hole with his mouth pressed in a small private way that would have, had anyone else been watching, been recognized as a smile. 2 weeks passed, in which Harry ate lunch with his friends, flew at Quidditch practice at the same carefully unexceptional pace, and, at the DA meeting on the Tuesday after Bones, watched Neville Longbottom disarm Zacharias Smith 4 times running and then, with a furious look of pure determination, produce, on the 5th try, a corporeal Patronus in the shape of a blunt-faced old bulldog that Harry recognized, with a sting of affection, as the one that had belonged to Neville's grandmother. The room of requirement, which had seen a great many first patron uses that year, grew briefly warm in honor of that one. Even Zacharias clapped. Harry, when Neville came over afterward with the bewildered expression of a boy who had accomplished a thing nobody had told him he could, put a hand on his shoulder and said nothing at all, which was, he had come to believe, the best thing one could give a friend in a moment like that. That evening, Harry went into the Mind Dungeon without requesting a new level. The Arbiter had taught him, long ago, that he could come and go in short visits without triggering a fresh 1,000 years. He used the trick sparingly. He used it now. The Arbiter was waiting for him in the cottage garden. She was bent over a row of seedlings that did not quite exist, poking at them with a small knife. Harry. Arbiter. Sit. He sat on the stone bench. The sky was the grey-silver of late February in a country that did not exist. I want to talk about the scar, he said. I thought you might. You told me, last level, not yet. But I've been thinking. Tell me. I can't carry it into the fight I'm going to have with him. If he comes at me properly, if he uses legilimency against me with more of his will behind it, he may find the bit of him in me and wake it up. It's half asleep. He doesn't know it's there. But if he ever does know, he will use it. And I won't be able to win that fight. The Arbiter did not look up from her seedlings. You are correct. I want to take it out. I know. You said level 3. I did. It is best at level 3. But, she raised her head at last, and her grey eyes were the eyes of a very tired teacher. I did not know, when I said it, that you would move this fast out there. You are going to meet him sooner than I estimated. You will not have level 3 first. So we will attempt it early. You and I, tonight, here, in this garden. It will take, here, about a month. Out there, a minute. Are you ready? He thought about it, with his usual thoroughness. Yes, he said. Then stand up. He stood. Here is what it requires, Harry. It requires 3 things. First, perfect knowledge of your own soul. Second, perfect knowledge of his. Third, a narrow instrument capable of separating one from the other without tearing either. The first you have. The second, her mouth twitched in something that was almost amusement, the second, you will be astonished to discover, you also have, because you have spent 4 years carrying that soul fragment in your skull, and you have spent the last year listening to its owner in a lamplit back room, and you know, at this point, his soul rather better than you know the taste of your own breakfast. And the third? Is me. I see. Yes. You are willing. I am. The Arbiter tilted her head at him. But understand, Harry. When we do this, I spend. I am not an infinite thing. What you are asking for will cost me something close to, but not quite, a third of myself. Is there any other way? There is always another way. This one is the best one. I did not come all this distance to bargain, and I did not choose you to preserve myself. Stand still. Close your eyes. He stood still. He closed his eyes. He did not remember the next hour clearly afterward. He remembered a sensation like a fingernail being drawn very carefully along the top of his left shoulder, though nobody touched his shoulder. He remembered a voice that was many voices saying something that was not a word but was recognizable as a farewell. He remembered the quiet. When the quiet ended, he opened his eyes. His scar was still there, but it was different. Thinner. The color of an old line, not a fresh one. The lamplit back room in his mind was empty. The pipe was gone. The place where the fragment of Voldemort had lived was now a small empty room full of the soft light of a candle. He turned and saw the arbiter, on the stone bench, seated with her hands folded, looking slightly tired, slightly translucent at her edges. Harry. Arbiter. It is out. Where is it? Ash. I fed it to the sky. Thank you. Do not thank me. Pay me. How? Live. He knelt, which was something he had not done in a very long time. He took her hand in both of his. She let him. Her hand, in his, felt very small. I will, he said. I know. Will you be all right? Eventually. Go back to your world. Finish your work. When you come back for level 3, I will be thinner than I was, but I will be here. Go. He went. The garden around the cottage had gone still, which was a thing the arbiter's garden did when she was preparing to speak a truth she had been postponing. Harry sat very quietly on the bench beside her. He had learned that one of the ways you told a very old being that you were ready for a hard thing was by not speaking. Harry. Arbiter. Before you go back. I owe you what I did not tell you in the first level. About the larger thing. About the larger thing. Yes. He waited. She did not look at him when she spoke. She looked, instead, at the seedlings. I was made, she said, in a universe that is no longer. I was a 9th-generation instrument, an instrument made by instruments made by instruments made by, at the origin, a species you would call people. The people were clever. They built, over their span, magics that made your wizards look like children with firecrackers. They also built, at the end of their span, a thing that was meant to protect their universe from a kind of predator that had been entering, every few eons, from outside. Do you follow? I follow. The thing they built was efficient. It did its job. It consumed the predator, which is what they had asked of it. Then, because instruments do not always know how to stop, it consumed the thing that had been eating the predator's leftovers, and then the thing that ate the other thing, and, over several thousand years, it ate the universe. By the time my people understood what they had made, they had no time to unmake it, and only the time to seed, into the pocket realms that surround every universe, a handful of instruments like me, whose purpose was to travel outward and find the next universe that was about to be eaten, and to offer it a champion. That is my only assignment. That is all I am. I have done it 4 times. You are the 5th. What happened the other 4 times? 2 of the champions refused. Their universes were eaten. One of the champions accepted and fell to despair in his 2nd level. His universe was also eaten. The 4th, her voice did a strange small thing, the 4th succeeded. Her universe still exists. She is old, now, and wise, and they call her by a word that in her tongue means, river that stays. She and I still speak. Not often. She has a life there. And this thing, it's the thing sending Voldemort. It isn't sending him. It's using him. Voldemort is his own man, in the sense that he has his own history, his own cruelty, his own need. But the Predator finds men like Voldemort in every world it enters, and it uses them as forward scouts. They prepare the ground. They break the world's confidence. They hollow out the institutions and make cynics of the teachers and liars of the kings. By the time the predator arrives, the world has spent a decade or two doing the predator's early work for it. So he is a symptom. He is a symptom with teeth. You still have to pull the teeth. But yes. How long after him? 50 years. I told you. How long can I expect you, after him? The arbiter looked at Harry then, finally. I do not know. I was built to last a long time. Not long enough to be sure. I will try to be enough. I know you will. They sat in silence for a long time after that. The arbiter's seedlings grew a little under the night sky. Harry did not speak. When he finally rose, his knees did not crack. He pressed his palm once, briefly, against her bent back, the way one might to an old and beloved woman in church, and he stepped back through into his dormitory. He came out of the mind dungeon standing in the middle of his own dormitory with his hand on his bedpost, and the scar on his forehead was 3 shades lighter than it had been. He looked at it in the small mirror by the window. He smiled. He was, for the first time in his life, alone inside his own head. He went downstairs to the common room. Ron, on a sofa by the fire, looked up and frowned slightly. You're glowing. No, I'm not. You are a bit. Just for a minute. Don't worry about it. Fine. Harry sat down next to him. Ron went back to his wizard's chess problem. Hermione, at the opposite table, glanced up, looked at Harry, looked at the scar, looked at him again, and opened her mouth. Later, Harry mouthed at her, very slightly. She nodded. She closed her mouth. She went back to her essay. He lost 3 hours, in the end, to the conversation with Hermione. She had come, as he had expected, quietly up to the dormitory about 10 minutes after dinner, with a ferocious expression and a small red charms textbook she had been using as a prop for 6 months. Tell me, she said, closing the door behind her. He told her. He told her about the scar. He told her, as he had not quite before, about the arbiter's full history, the universe that had died, the instrument sent outward, the champion the arbiter called River that stays. He told her about Horcruxes, and why Voldemort had not yet been able to die. He told her that his own scar had been won, and was no longer. He told her there were 6 others, and that he and she and Ron, together, were going to find them all. Hermione, when he finished, was sitting very still on the edge of his bed, with her hands folded in her lap. Harry. Hermione. You are telling me that the universe is ending in 50 years. No. I am telling you that something wants to end it. I am telling you I intend to stop it. I am also telling you I have help, her, for now, out there, and you and Ron and a few others I can count on, in here. I do not intend to save the universe on my own, Hermione. I intend to save it in a very large group. Will the group be told? Most of them, no. Not until we have to. What would be the point? The point would be informed consent, Harry. He looked at her for a long moment. You are right, he said at last. I will tell anyone who asks. I will volunteer it where I should. I will not make secrets for their sake when the secret is only for mine. Is that the standard you want? Yes. Then that's the standard. Thank you. Hermione. Yes. Are you all right? No, she said, honestly, with a small laugh. But I will be in a week. Ask me in a week. I will. Now, Luna. Talk me through the keep. I will not be in the field. I will be here with a list. What do you want me doing? He told her. He told her, carefully, where the keep was, how the Fidelius had been arranged, what he intended to do about it, a very old counter, a remembered address charm from his 2nd-level rune work, which would open the Fidelius from the inside by telling the keep it had always been unhidden, a lie it would, if he timed it right, except. He told her the names of the known Death Eaters inside. He told her the one woman, the not quite Narcissa, whose identity he was holding in reserve. Right, Hermione said. She was scribbling. And my job? Your job, love, it came out of him without his meaning it, a small endearment from a much older life, and he reddened briefly, and she did not comment, is to wait in that common room until we are back, with Galleon on one hand and Quill on the other. If anything fails, if the Galleon you receive from me says, hold fast, you run to McGonagall, and McGonagall knows what to do after that. If the word is, Amber Fall, you run to the twins and tell them to set off the Conway pattern, which they will understand. If the word is, and here he hesitated, home, you take Ron's mother at Grimmauld Place off the list of people who need to worry tonight. And if the word is nothing? Then we were fine. All right. She swallowed. Harry. If you die tonight. I won't. If you do. I won't, Hermione. I will promise you one thing. I am not going to die tonight. Say it on the record. On the record. She nodded. She did not cry. She stood up. She put the charms book away. She squared her shoulders, because Hermione Granger had always, since she was 11, solved problems by squaring her shoulders at them. Then go and do the work, she said. On the last Friday of February, Luna Lovegood disappeared. She did not disappear in a frightening way to the rest of the school. She simply did not come to dinner. Harry, who had been watching for her without quite knowing why, felt the lack of her before he felt the worry of it. He went, under pretext of hunger, down the long table of Ravenclaw and asked Cho, who was Luna's prefect though she pretended not to be. She wasn't in our last class, Cho said. I assumed she'd gone to the Ollery. She hasn't been to the Ollery. How do you, I can tell. Harry left the great hall with the particular unhurried stride that had, by now, replaced the gangly fast walk of his 15-year-old body. In the entrance hall he stopped. He closed his eyes. He extended his awareness through the castle, not the map of the castle, but the castle itself, the living old thing he had greeted from the astronomy tower in January. Luna was not in the castle. Luna was not on the grounds. Luna was, he reached further, which he had only ever done twice, and each time only a little, not in the village. Luna was in a stone room in the outer Hebrides. Harry opened his eyes. His face, for the first time in weeks, had gone very still in a way that was new. Not old-wise still. Not calm still. Just still. Right, he said, quietly, to nobody. He did not panic. He did not run. He walked down the corridor to the nearest disused classroom, slipped inside, and began, in a series of clean practiced motions, to speak to 3 people in 3 different places. The first was Dumbledore, via the enchanted galleon he had given the headmaster over Christmas, a piece of magic that had surprised the old man, and which now served them when a letter would be too slow. The second was Sirius, via the two-way mirror Sirius had given Harry in January. The third was the arbiter, which took only a thought, a thin lamplit doorway opening briefly in the back of his mind. Dumbledore said, I am in London at the ministry. I will be at the castle in 20 minutes. Do nothing rash. Sirius said, Hebrides. Merlin. Give me 40 minutes. I can come. The arbiter said, do not go yet. Breathe. Do not let him bait you. He is expecting you to run at him bareheaded, like a boy who loves his friend. Go as the man who loves her. Slowly. Thoroughly. Prepared. Harry said, aloud, to the empty classroom, yes. Then he sat down, on the edge of a student desk, and he thought. Dumbledore arrived 20 minutes later, as promised. He came straight to the Gryffindor common room, which made Percy Weasley choke on his biscuit and Seamus Finnegan say, audibly, "Oh bloody hell," and Hermione stand up with her hand already on her wand. Harry. Sir. You have worked it out, I take it. Luna is in a stone tower in a ruined keep on an island south of Lewis, in a village called Brennish. There is a small Muggle Coast Guard station 2 miles from the keep. The keep itself has been under a Fidelius for about 3 weeks. The secret keeper is not Bellatrix, it is a man whose name I cannot reach, but whose profile I know, and whose wand I will recognize when I see it. The keep is guarded by 11 adults, 9 of them confirmed Death Eaters, 2 of them hired. There is also a woman of whom I am, at this distance, not quite sure. She may be Narcissa Malfoy, acting as a nurse. There is a cellar under the keep where Miss Lovegood is being held. She has been fed. She has been spoken to politely. She has not, as far as I can tell, been physically harmed. She has been kept there as bait. The bait is for me, and it is for you, in that order. Dumbledore, who had been listening with a face of growing gravity, raised his eyebrows. How much of that, Harry? All of it, sir. From him. I see. Dumbledore was silent for 3 full seconds. You have access to him. At my discretion, yes. Since when? Since October. Why did you not? Because I did not trust that information would be kept from the wrong ears. I'm sorry, sir. Dumbledore absorbed this, with the resilient quickness of a man who had been surprised on his feet by more than one child over the decades. What do you propose? I propose to walk into the keep, Harry said, with you at my back, and Sirius, and Remus, and Tonks, and Moody, and Kingsley, and whichever members of the Order can be ready within the hour. I propose we leave Dolores Umbridge in her pink office entirely uninformed. I propose we take the Lovegood girl out, under our personal guarantees of safety, and let Voldemort see me do it. I propose, this is important, sir, that we do not kill anyone who does not die of our refusal to be killed. I propose that Bellatrix Lestrange, specifically, be taken alive if at all possible. I propose that I lead. Dumbledore looked at him for a very long time. You propose that you lead, he said, softly. Yes. An order operation. Yes. At the age of 15. At my current age, sir, yes. Another silence. Somewhere in the common room behind them, a first year had fallen asleep in a chair and begun to snore softly. Dumbledore looked tired, Harry thought. He looked, suddenly, like a very old man who had been asked, politely, to step down. Harry, he said at last. Sir. Would you object to a compromise? Name it. I will agree that you are on the field as a peer. Not a soldier. Not a child. You plan with us, you fight beside us, you call the tempo where the tempo concerns you. I, a long breath, will, however, insist on leading the Order's wand arm in any direct exchange with Tom Riddle, because I have a long and personal reason to do so, and because I ask it of you as a matter of my own private duty. Will you accept? Harry considered. He had, in his preparation, planned for versions of this. In most of them, he had been willing to allow Dumbledore the last word in exchange for the first word, which was Luna. This was a better compromise than any he had sketched. Yes, sir, he said. I accept. Thank you. Shall we go? Yes. Dumbledore turned, and for the first time all year Harry saw him move in the particular way of a duelist, which was a way he had very rarely seen. Fetch your wand. Fetch your coat. Tell your friends, if they are not already listening, that we go in 10 minutes. They are already listening, Harry said. Behind him, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Fred, George, Neville, and the pair of fifth-year Ravenclaws who had drifted in for DA materials all tried, with different degrees of success, to look as if they had not been listening. And, sir, if you don't mind, Ginny Weasley stays on the doorstep of the keep with my invisibility cloak and an enchanted galleon, as a pair of eyes only. Neville stays in Luna's dormitory at Ravenclaw Tower as a runner. The twins stay in the village pub with, believe it or not, about 20 extendable ears and a very large collection of fireworks. Hermione stays in this common room with a list. Ron, he paused, Ron comes with us. Ron comes with us, Dumbledore agreed, and he did not smile, but his eyes did something pleased. Ron, across the room, swore, sat up, and said, right, bloody hell, all right then. Harry crossed the common room in 3 strides and clapped his best friend on the shoulder. You said you were in if it was proper, he said. I did. I am. Let me get my coat. Coat, wand, boots. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. The two-way mirror Sirius had given Harry in January lived in Harry's bedside drawer, wrapped in a strip of soft cloth he had saved from one of his father's old robes. He took it out that evening, after the quiet hour of Hermione's conversation, and spoke into it without ceremony. Pad foot. The mirror cleared. Sirius's face, mostly beard and grey eyes and uncombed hair, swam into focus. He was in the drawing room at Grimmauld. Harry could see a brandy decanter over his shoulder. Harry. I'm going to need you tonight. You're going to what? Luna Lovegood has been taken. I know where. I'm going to get her. Dumbledore is coming. I'd like you too. Sirius, to his credit, did not ask 3 questions that other godfathers would have asked. He did not ask if Harry was sure, Sirius had stopped needing Harry to be sure. He did not ask if it was safe, Sirius understood what a question like that did to a man preparing to go into danger. He did not ask if it could wait, Luna Lovegood was a friend of his godson's, and that was the end of that consideration. He asked, instead, how long do I have? 40 minutes. Where do I meet you? The front steps of the castle. I will send you a port key to the rendezvous from there. Harry. Sirius. If I don't come back, tell Moony I finally drank the good brandy. Did you? I'm about to. Padfoot, yes. You are coming back. Yes, Sirius said, with the small surprised smile of a man who had just realized he believed it. Yes, I am. All right, godson. See you in 40. The mirror went dull. Harry wrapped it up and put it away. He sat for a moment, longer than he had meant to, with his hand on the drawer. Then he went to find Ginny. She was in the girls' tower. Hermione, when Harry knocked at the bottom of the stair, climbed up and fetched her out. Ginny came down in her pajamas and a dressing gown and her hair tied back in a rough red knot, and her face was entirely awake. Out of bed, Weasley, Harry said. I was already out of bed. Good. Ginny, I need you. Say. He told her. She absorbed it in about 8 seconds, nodded once, said, right, and pointed at the invisibility cloak hanging over the back of a chair by the fire. Take it, Harry said. Thought you might say so. You are our eyes only. If anything moves along the north wall of the keep that isn't ours, you hit your galleon twice. If something moves along the south wall, 3 times. If something comes at you, because something might come at you, you apparate back to the astronomy tower and you do not try to be a hero. Clear. Clear. Ginny. Yes. Promise me. I promise. She looked at him, and there was, in her look, the slight rueful old understanding of a girl who had once been possessed by a diary and had decided, long afterward, that one did not argue with the people who loved you when they were trying to make sure you did not die. I promise, Harry. Thank you. You owe me a butterbeer. 2. 3. For the inconvenience. 3. Done. He left her in the common room with Hermione, and the two of them stood for a moment at the fireplace, the red-haired girl and the curly-haired one, and did not speak, which was, he thought, a particular sort of love. Neville met him on the stair. Harry, he said. Luna. I know. We're going. You stay. I want to come. You stay, Neville. Why? Because if we all go, and we all fail, there is nobody here who loves her. I want someone here who loves her. When we bring her back, I want her to see your face. Can you do that for me? Neville's jaw worked. He took a breath. Yes, he said. I can do that. What do I tell Professor Flitwick if he comes looking for her? You tell him the truth. You tell him to go to McGonagall. McGonagall knows. All right. Neville. Yeah. You're a good friend. So are you. Harry put his hand briefly on the back of Neville's neck, the way his father had once, in a photograph he had never seen, put his hand on the back of Remus Lupin's neck, and he went down the stairs. 10 minutes before the group left the common room, Harry took a slow single turn around the fireplace and, very quietly, gathered them. Listen. They listened. Dumbledore, who was standing by the portrait hole with his wand loose in his sleeve, Sirius newly arrived by Flo, Remus beside him, Tonks in her aura robes, Moody in his coat, Kingsley tall and dark at the back of the room, and, behind them, the children who had a job or a message. Fred and George Weasley were already in their traveling cloaks and had large canvas bags in each hand. Neville was pale but steady. Ginny had Harry's invisibility cloak folded over her arm like a precious animal. Hermione, with her list, at Harry's left. Ron at Harry's right. Harry's voice, when he began, was very even. I want to say 3 things, quickly, before we go. First. This is not a heroic rescue. This is a removal. We are going to take Luna out of a room she should not be in. We are not going to settle scores on the way. If you can subdue without killing, subdue. If you must kill, kill cleanly and move on. Nobody in this room is judged by the body count on the other side. Second. I will be calling the rhythm of the engagement. Professor Dumbledore has agreed to lead the direct exchange with Voldemort, if it comes to that, but everything up to and after that exchange is mine. If you hear me say, wind, you step back. If you hear me say, hearth, you go to the fireplace you came from and stay there. If you hear me say, mine, you get behind me. Those 3 words. Wind, hearth, mine. Will you remember? Wind, hearth, mine, they said, more or less together. Third, Harry said, and he smiled a small warm smile that, in the firelight, made him look very briefly like the 15-year-old he no longer quite was. Third. I love all of you. I would like you to come home safely tonight. I want that more than I want almost anything else I want. Please. Come home. Let's go get Luna. Sirius said, in an undertone, to no one, Merlin's beard. Moody said, in an undertone, to Sirius, I told you. Dumbledore said, not in an undertone, ready. They left the common room. In the stone room on his island of stone off the western coast of an island of stone, Lord Voldemort was pacing. He had paced for 2 hours. He had drunk nothing. He had eaten nothing. He had spoken to no one, except once, briefly, to Bellatrix, to ask whether the Lovegood girl was still alive, and when Bellatrix had said yes, Master, Voldemort had said, good, and had resumed his pacing. The small piece of him in Harry's scar, which he had never named and never fully known was there, had been his earliest warning system, a cold tingle behind his left eye whenever the boy came close to strong magic. He had used the tingle, over the years, to gauge when Harry had cast the Patronus in the tunnel by the lake, when Harry had fought the basilisk, when Harry had duelled him in the graveyard. It was a reliable weather vane. Yesterday, with no warning, the tingle had gone out. He had first thought Harry had died. He had sent for Bellatrix to confirm. Bellatrix had informed him, tersely, that the Lovegood girl's owls still reached Hogwarts. That meant Harry was alive. Voldemort had sat for an hour, trying to reach for the tingle, and had found it absent. In its place, where there had once been, he admitted, to himself, in a rare moment of honesty, a comforting familiar tether, there was only cold stone. Something had gone wrong. Something had been taken. He had, in his long life, felt this sensation once before, and it had made him very angry. "Bella," he said, not raising his voice. "Bella." Bellatrix entered instantly, as she always did. "Master. We move the Lovegood girl. North. Tonight. To the second place." "Yes, master." "We expect visitors." "Yes, master." "They are not to leave alive, Bella." "None of them. Not the order. Not the children. And not," he turned his red eyes on her, "the boy." "Yes, master." "Go." Bellatrix went. Voldemort stood for another long minute in the empty stone room. His eyes, unfocused, went to the black cabinet against the far wall. The cabinet that he had stopped opening, these months, because of some instinct he had not yet put into words. He crossed to it. He laid his white hand on its door. He felt, for a long, suspended half-second, a sensation he would not dignify with a name. Then he withdrew his hand. He turned his back on the cabinet. He swept out of the stone room after his lieutenant, a man about to do violence as if he had all the time he wanted. He did not. But he did not know that yet. Voldemort did not, in the end, pay the right attention to the black cabinet. He had set in motion the transport of the Lovegood girl, which required his attention in the next stone room, and the careful interrogation of a ministry auror, which required his attention in the room after. The black cabinet, with what he kept inside it, a thing that did not wish to be named, an object of tarnished gold the size of a child's fist, he left closed, and he turned his mind from it, and by the time he returned to it 2 weeks later he would have lost more than he yet suspected. But that is a matter for another chapter. For now, in a stone tower off the western coast of an island off the western coast of Scotland, Luna Lovegood sat on the edge of a narrow stone bed with her hands folded in her lap and her head tilted slightly, listening with great interest to the footsteps of men she had never met. She was not afraid. Luna was rarely afraid. Luna was curious. She had decided, about an hour earlier, that the Crumplehorn Snorkax would be disappointed in her if she let these unpleasant men ruin her evening. She had therefore begun, quietly, to hum a little song her father had taught her. She was on the 3rd verse when the door at the top of the stair clanged open, and a tall pale-faced man in black robes came down carrying a set of iron cuffs. She kept humming. "On your feet, girl. Is it time to go?" "Yes." "Oh," Luna said, with some interest. "Where are we going?" "Up north." "That will be nice. I like the aurora." "Is there going to be aurora?" The pale man did not quite answer. He cuffed her wrists, which did not fit her wrists very well because she was very thin. He marched her up the stone stair, and out into a cold courtyard under a cold sky, and then, quite suddenly, he stopped, because somewhere out beyond the keep's walls there was a sound that had not been in his plan. A long, rolling, ordinary thunderclap. The pale man squinted up at the cloudless sky. Luna, in her cuffs, smiled a very small smile and looked at the wall, because she had heard, inside the thunderclap, the tiny sharp crack of someone operating into a grove of pines half a mile away. "Oh," Luna said, pleased. "He's come." Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Veil Will Not Take Me. They arrived in the grove of pines above the keep the way Harry had asked them to arrive, one at a time, with a 6-second gap between each arrival, each apparition tucked inside the long rolling sound of a thunder charm Moody had laid down half a mile off as cover. The clouds were low. The sea, half a mile east, hissed against black rocks. The keep itself, a sullen old stone tower with the ruined remnants of a chapel at its flank, crouched between the pines and the water like a thing that had not wanted to be looked at for a long time. Dumbledore arrived last and did not make a sound at all. Harry had not quite believed, even from the castle, how the headmaster looked when he went to war. The Dumbledore of the Great Hall was a kindly old man with a long beard, the Dumbledore of this grove was a tall, thin, sharp-shouldered figure whose half-moon spectacles had, somehow, tilted a degree sharper on his nose. His wand, which Harry had not yet seen drawn properly, hung loose at his side. It was, Harry thought, probably the wand a great many of the very old and very dangerous people of the century had known to be afraid of. "Positions," Harry said, quietly. They took their positions. Moody to the west, to hold the only stretch of ground the keep's defenders could use as an escape route toward the apparition zone. Kingsley to the east, between the keep and the cliffs. Tonks between the keep and the village. Remus behind Harry and to his right, because Remus had a particular talent for catching the shape of an enemy's intent a half-second before the enemy enacted it. Sirius, to Harry's left. Dumbledore, in the center, by Harry's shoulder. Ron, slightly behind Harry, with his wand trembling a little in an honest and honorable way that Harry chose to find reassuring. Ginny was somewhere above them in the pines, invisible under James Potter's cloak, already watching the walls. "Ready," Sirius said, softly. "Ready," Moody said, across the galleon charm in all their palms. "Ready," said Tonks. "Ready," said Kingsley. "Ready," said Remus. "Ready," said Ron, who flushed slightly at the sound of his own voice alongside the adults. "Ready," Dumbledore said. Harry, in the lamplit back room of his own mind, reached for the Fidelius charm around the keep, a crude, practical job done in a hurry by someone who had not had the time or the care to braid the charm properly, and he spoke, in a very old tongue, the remembered address counter he had spent 300 years refining in the middle of his second level. He did not speak it aloud. He spoke it in the way the charm would hear it, which was the way a very patient key speaks to a very old lock. The Fidelius sighed. The keep, which half a minute earlier had been invisible to an outside observer's conviction, became, in their perception and in the perception of the surrounding hills, something that had always been there. "Oh," said Sirius, very quietly, "good." "Go," Harry said. They moved. The first line of defense the keep's occupants had prepared was, in Harry's estimation, not bad. A trio of Death Eaters behind the east gatehouse, 2 on the west wall, 1 in the courtyard with a strung-up muggle they were using as a sentry alarm. Harry, walking into the courtyard with Dumbledore a pace behind him and Sirius a pace to his left, addressed the sentry before the sentry could scream. "Soltavit," he said, softly, and the muggle slumped into a clean sleep against the wall he was tied to. The first 2 Death Eaters had half the time they needed to raise their wands. Sirius took one of them with a stunner so crisp it cracked in the air like a whip, and Harry took the other with a disarming charm of the pre-wand variety, the magic sliding out of his empty left hand and lifting the Death Eater's wand out of his fingers as cleanly as if the wand had been a hat he was tired of wearing. The Death Eater gaped. Harry stunned him almost apologetically. "Move," Dumbledore said, and they moved. In the East Gatehouse, the 3 Death Eaters were more prepared. They had, by their own lights, done their job well. They had trip lines laid across the corridor, they had arranged themselves in a staggered defensive wedge, and they had all 3 of them prepared the first move at once. Ron, beside Harry, shouted, "Protego /", a fraction of a second early, which was a fraction of a second Harry used. He stepped inside the shield his friend had raised and put 2 of the Death Eaters into the stone walls with a wide horizontal arc of silvery wind from his open palm. The third, who had a quicker wand than his fellows, got a curse off, a vicious purple thing that Harry knew from his soul literacy work was a lung filler, a suffocation curse favored by the older Lestrange line, and Remus, behind Harry, intercepted it with a counter-spell that Harry had never seen before and that turned the purple light into a scatter of small dry autumn leaves. "Moony, I love you," Sirius said. "Not now, Padfoot," Remus said, pleasantly. They pressed on along the corridor. The keep's interior was a confusing old snarl of rooms. A short hall ran east along the courtyard wall and opened onto a long refectory, which in turn opened onto a stone larder, which in turn, by an internal stair, rose toward a range of sleeping rooms above, and, by a different stair, descended toward the cellar and the love-good girl. Harry had been forming a map of it in his mind since the sigh of the Fidelius. He drew that map now, silently, in a lamplit corner of himself, and led the order along it as if he had lived in the keep as a boy. In the refectory, 4 Death Eaters had been stationed, 2 at the long oak table, 2 by the hearth. They had already heard the noise in the gatehouse. One of them had been in the middle of pouring himself a tankard of something dark when Harry's lot came through. He dropped the tankard. His friend at the table did not bother to draw. His other friend, by the hearth, did. A purple-flecked hex, a flaying curse, Harry noted with practiced distaste, left her wand. Remus caught it in the back of a Patronus wolf. "Thank you, Moony." "You are welcome, cub." Sirius had the nearest Death Eater on his back in 2 seconds, with a body bind that he had cast with his old casual wrist flick. Tonks, around the corner, had come through the far door and was already on top of another. Kingsley was, as Harry had hoped, fast enough to reach the hearth and to disarm the flaying witch before she could reset her stance. Harry himself took the 4th one, a stocky man with a broken nose who had, Harry realized after the fact, been in the alley at Hogsmeade with Dolohov and must have fled during the arrests, and he did it without drawing his wand at all. He put 2 fingers against the man's temple, said a word that was older than the Fidelius, and laid him down very gently into a sleep he would not wake from until the Auror office woke him. "Mine," Harry said. The Order, who had remembered his 3 words, drew up behind him. "Hearth," Harry said a moment later, to Moody on the galleon, because he had heard, with his mind, not his ears, a small group trying to climb onto the roof. Moody moved to cover the roof. The roof did not give them anything useful. They moved. At the foot of the cellar stair, on a small landing, Harry slowed. He had expected a trap here, he had been watching for it since he came through the refectory. The trap, when he found it, was not quite what he had expected. It was a thin braid of magic set half an inch off the stone floor that would, if stepped on by someone who did not know to recognize it, release a cloud of the old Selwyn family blinding spell. A clumsy old trap, set by a clumsy old hand. Harry unpicked it with the back of his left thumb and walked over it. Sirius, behind him, whistled once, low. "Who taught you?" Later, Padfoot. Later. Harry could feel, from the moment the Fidelius sighed, the inside of the keep the way he had felt Luna's absence at dinner. He walked the corridors as if he had been born in them. He took the narrow stone stair down toward the cellar without hesitation. He was 5 steps ahead of the Order by the time he reached the second landing. He did not slow for them. Time, down here, was a quantity he did not want to spend. Bellatrix was waiting for him on the cellar landing. She had braided her dark hair in the particular Lestrange warrior's braid, which was a long slender twist that ran down her back and was weighted, at its end, with a small iron ring to whip with. Her teeth were bared. Her eyes were the bright, feverish eyes of a woman in love with her own work. She stood in the middle of the landing with her wand extended lazily in her right hand. "Little Potter," she said. "Bellatrix. You killed Rodolphus's brother." "I did not. I broke his wrist. He was taken by Aurors." "That was Rabastan. He will survive Azkaban again, or he will not. The choice was his to make, not mine." She laughed. The laugh climbed the walls like something running. "Come to play," she said. "Come to collect a friend. Step aside." "I do not step aside, little Potter." "I know." She moved. She was very fast. Harry had expected her to be. She was, by all accounts, the second best duelist the Death Eaters had ever produced. Her first spell was a crucio that Harry did not dignify with a counter, he simply moved, the way he had learned to move in the Hogsmeade alley, and the crucio curse hit the wall behind him and scored the stone. Her second spell was a chained combination that Harry had seen once before, in the memories of a man from an older century he had studied in his 700, a Lestrange pattern of cutters and binders, designed to break a duelist's wand arm while pinning his feet. Harry allowed the first cutter to pass him at the expected distance, because the first cutter existed to get a duelist's footwork wrong. He did not adjust his footwork. He cut through the second cutter with a bare-hand sigil that smelled, briefly, of time. He stepped over the binder. He was inside her line. Bellatrix's eyes widened. Harry did not, in that moment, kill her. He could have. He had intended not to, and he kept his intention. Instead he raised his left hand and, with the flat of his palm, struck her chest, once, over the breastbone. The blow did not look like much. It traveled, nonetheless, through the chest plate of her robes and through the thin layer of charmed Kevlar her Death Eater's robes carried underneath and into the large sternum below, and it placed, very gently, a very specific bone rune that he had learned from a woman in a mountain village who had used the rune to subdue wolves. The rune did not hurt. The rune simply told Bellatrix Lestrange's ribs, very politely, to be still, and her ribs obeyed. She could not raise her wand. She could not breathe deeply. She could, however, look at him with her bright feverish eyes in the particular way of a woman who had met, for the first time in her life, a man she did not know how to kill. "Stay there," Harry said, mildly, "please." He stepped past her into the cellar corridor. Luna was sitting on a narrow stone bed in the fourth cell, as he had known she would be, with her hands folded in her lap and her pale hair around her shoulders like a shawl. There was a pale man in the cell with her. The pale man was the one who had carried her up the stairs earlier and then back down again in confusion after the thunder. He had been informed, in a terse patronus from his master, to kill her if a rescue attempt was made. The pale man had his wand pointed at Luna. Harry did not waste words. He sent the pale man's wand, simply, to his own hand, through the air, in a gentle practiced arc. The pale man blinked at his suddenly empty fingers. Harry laid the wand down on the floor with a small brief clatter. "Walk out, please," he said. The pale man walked out, under the mild pressure of a charm Harry had not bothered to name for him. Out on the landing, Sirius collected him and marched him away toward the open ground, where Moody's binds were already waiting. Harry stepped into the cell. "Hello, Luna." "Hello, Harry. You took your time." "I know. I was downstairs. I gathered." He crouched in front of her and touched each of her iron cuffs briefly with the tip of his index finger. They opened. He lifted them off her wrists and laid them on the stone bed. "Are you hurt?" "No." "Are you all right?" "Mostly. I've been better." "I'm glad you're here. Can you walk?" "Yes." "Let's go, then." She stood. She looked at him for a long small private moment. "Harry." "Yes, Luna." "You've changed." "I know. You smell less muddled than you did." "Thank you. I'll remember that for the Quibbler." "Please don't." "All right." He took her hand. They went up the stairs together. Voldemort arrived in the courtyard of the keep 20 seconds after they emerged from the cellar. He did not arrive in a cinematic blaze. He arrived, instead, with the small tired precision of a man who had been through this door more than once. He was tall. His cloak was black. His eyes were the red of embers at the bottom of an old fire. His wand, the UN Phoenix Feather wand Harry had faced in the graveyard, hung in his long white fingers like an ordinary stick. Harry Potter. Harry, with Luna a half-step behind him, paused. "Tom." It was a small word, said in a mild voice, and the name, which Voldemort had not been called by any living thing except Dumbledore for 40 years, went into the courtyard the way a pebble goes into a still pond. Voldemort did not react for a full half-second. "You will not," he said, low, "call me that." "No. No. As you please, Tom." Voldemort's wand twitched. Harry did not. Dumbledore stepped up to Harry's shoulder, then a little past it. He moved, in that moment, the way a very large and very patient man moves when he has been waiting a very long time to have a word with a particular person. "Tom," Dumbledore said, softly. "Albus. Let us be civil." "I," said Voldemort, "am never civil." Not here. Then allow me to be, on your behalf. Dumbledore's wand was, at last, in his hand. He did not raise it. He did not need to. Leave this place. With pleasure, Voldemort said, when the boy is dead. You will not touch him. Albus, you are an old man. That is true. You will not stop me. That is less true. They moved at once. Harry, who had been a spectator in every fight he had watched at Dumbledore's side in his earlier life, could now, for the first time, see clearly what happened between the two of them. It was as if two enormous water wheels had been brought into the same stream, and their turning made a standing wave of light in the middle of the courtyard, and nothing in the courtyard for 6 yards around them was, for a minute, recognizable. Dumbledore's wand produced no gaudy colors. His spells looked plain, a twist of the wrist, a flick, a pull, and then, wherever Voldemort had meant to step, Voldemort did not step, because the ground under him had become something other than ground for half a second. Voldemort, in turn, was quicker than Harry had ever seen him. His spells were vicious and elegant and, against most duelists, would have concluded the exchange in 3 passes. Against Dumbledore, they did not. Harry watched for approximately 20 seconds. Then he turned, because Bellatrix had come up the cellar stair behind him on the strength of a will that had overridden the bone rune faster than any living which should have, and she was, wandless, running at him with a small knife in her hand. Bella, Harry said, pleasantly. She threw the knife. It was a good throw. He let it pass his ear by half an inch and reset her stance for her with a small gentle push of air that sat her down in the nearest puddle. Ron, he said. Right, Ron said, and he raised his wand, and he produced, in that moment, the stunner of his life, a spell that would, Harry thought, give Ron Weasley something to be quietly proud of for the rest of his life, and Bellatrix Lestrange pitched, with a small bewildered expression, into the wet courtyard mud. Thank you, Harry said. My pleasure, Ron said, in a voice that was trying very hard not to shake. Bellatrix Lestrange, having been restrained by the bone rune to the ribs and then stunned by Ron Weasley, should not, by any reasonable rule, have been able to rise until Moody's web of cord was cut off her. She rose, however, 30 seconds into the aftermath, with the bright feverish wavering of a woman whose will had eaten her nerves a long time ago. Moody, Harry said. I see her. Bellatrix did not try to escape. She had not, after all, escaped for the sake of escaping. She had come onto this ground, against every strategic rule in her considerable manual, because Voldemort had stood on it, and she was standing on it now, out of a faith that had nothing to do with physics. She got to her knees in the courtyard mud. Her hair was plastered. The iron ring at the bottom of her braid swung slowly. She lifted her head and looked at Harry with eyes that were unfocused and beginning to shine. Boy. Madame Lestrange. You have done something. I have. You have taken something of his. I have. She began, slowly, to laugh. It was a laugh Harry had never heard from her, not the brittle girlish laugh of a Bellatrix riding high, not the hyena laugh she had used on Sirius's cousin, but a low-winded laugh of a woman who had received, very late in her life, a piece of information she had not prepared for. Oh, she said. Oh, boy. Oh, dear boy. Madame Lestrange, you are under arrest. He does not know. Does he? He does not know. Oh. Bella. I am going to ask you, once, to cooperate, because you are the only person alive in either of the circles I cannot yet reach who knows the name of the man who warded this keep for him. I will not tell you. I know. I thought I would ask. You are polite, Potter. So I have been told. She laughed again. Moody, with the faintest twitch of distaste, looped a fresh cord of silver light around her mouth to muffle her. He hauled her, without ceremony, toward the courtyard gate. She did not resist. She did not, Harry noted with a small interior note, take her eyes off him once. The duel between Dumbledore and Voldemort ended, as Harry had suspected it would, without a victor. Voldemort broke off first, with the red eyes narrowed in something Harry had not seen him wear before. Not fear. Not defeat. Something smaller and more useful, caution. He stepped back 3 paces. He did not turn his back on Dumbledore. He looked, instead, at Harry. "You," he said. "Yes. What have you done with my piece of you?" Harry did not answer with words. He, very deliberately, smiled. It was a small unkind smile, the first unkind smile he had worn in a long time, and Voldemort's white fingers tightened on his wand. "Nothing," Harry said. "You are lying." "I am lying to you, Tom, yes. I will lie to you about a great many things before this is done. I will lie to you with my words, and I will lie to you with my body, and I will lie to you with the shape of my soul, because I have discovered this year that I do not owe you truth. Good evening." What happened, in those 60 seconds in the courtyard, between the greatest wizard of the age and the man he had once counseled as a boy was not, despite the stories that would later be written about it, a duel in the ordinary sense. It was, instead, an argument between 2 different theories of magic, and the courtyard was the space the argument needed to be conducted in. Voldemort's theory of magic was an old one, and it was about power. Magic, in Voldemort's theory, was a commodity that a person accumulated by dominance, by study, by selection, by fear, and eventually by the tearing of one's own soul into shards to concentrate its effects. His spells came out of him with the clean terrible authority of a man who had, throughout his whole adult life, won. Dumbledore's theory of magic was a newer one, although Dumbledore himself was the older man. Magic, in Dumbledore's theory, was a quality that passed through a person when a person was in the right relation to the world around them. It was not accumulated. It was invited. One of the odd corollaries of Dumbledore's theory was that great grief, great love, great ordinary kindness were not weaknesses of the will but materials the will could be woven from. Voldemort struck first. He struck with an old Lestrange school entanglement curse that Harry had not seen in centuries. It opened a net of silver-black hooks in the air at Dumbledore's chest level. Dumbledore, without particular hurry, exhaled across the hooks, not a spell, in strict terms, but a breath, and the hooks turned, by some strange courtesy, into a flight of small dark starlings, which passed around him and went out over the courtyard wall toward the sea. Voldemort struck again. He struck with the piercing curse he had used to kill a Muggle ambassador in 1972, which Harry had only ever heard of and now, for the first time, saw in action, a thin black line drawn in the air that intended, on arrival, to core a man hollow from breastbone to spine. Dumbledore raised his left hand, not his wand hand, and the courtyard's stone flags rose, in a flawless slim column, between him and the curse. The column received the curse. The column did not crack. It simply, when the curse was done with it, set itself back down in its place with a small neat click. Voldemort struck a 3rd time. He struck with, Harry realized with a small chill, and a small note of awe, a spell Voldemort had invented himself, not a Lestrange curse or a Selwyn curse but a thing Voldemort had made out of his own angers, a thing without any name except the one he had given it in his own head, which was about hatred. The spell came out of the phoenix feather wand like a black smoke and traveled very slowly, and in its traveling it said, in a voice only Voldemort could hear, "You are old, you are old, you are old." Dumbledore smiled. It was a sad smile, but an amused one. "I am," he said aloud, gently, "yes." He did not raise his wand. He lifted, instead, his half-moon spectacles off his nose with one careful hand, and he polished them, once, on the edge of his sleeve, and he put them back on, and in the process of polishing his spectacles, this was the particular outrage that Voldemort could not, in the moment, comprehend, the black smoke unraveled itself entirely and blew, harmless, out of the courtyard. Voldemort snarled, in a voice that was not entirely his own. "Albus! Tom! You are insufferable. I have been told. I will not fight a man who polishes his spectacles. Then we are done." They were done. Voldemort did not, he could not allow that to be the last word. He lifted his wand, one last time, and he spoke, in a low voice, the first word of the killing curse. Harry did not move. He did not need to. Dumbledore was, as Dumbledore had promised, on the field. The killing curse that left Voldemort's wand traveled precisely 3 feet through the air and then met, in mid-flight, a silver-white thing that Dumbledore had called into being with a turn of his wrist. The silver-white thing was not a shield. It was, Harry realized, something much older and more specific, a grief shape, drawn from the place in Dumbledore's life where he had once loved a boy called Gellert, and where he had once had a sister called Ariana. The killing curse sank into the grief shape and did not come out. Voldemort, white-faced, snarled. He apparat. He did not apparate cleanly. Apparition from within a keep that had had its Fidelius dismantled from outside was more difficult than he had, in his pride, anticipated, and his exit tore, briefly, a small messy hole in the courtyard's walls that Dumbledore, almost absently, mended with the back of his hand. The courtyard was still. Harry, with Luna a half-step behind him, walked slowly to the center of it. He looked, for a moment, at the wet mud where Bellatrix Lestrange lay in her stunner. He looked at the 2 unconscious pale men at the gatehouse. He looked at Dumbledore, who was standing very straight, breathing a little harder than usual, with his half-moon spectacles not quite level. "Sir. Harry. Are you all right?" "I am winded." "Yes. Thank you. For the grief shape." Dumbledore looked at him, startled, for a moment. Then his face, which had been the face of a duelist for an hour, eased back into the kinder one that Harry had known as a boy. "I had hoped," Dumbledore said, "that you had not, quite, seen what that was." "I saw. I am sorry. Do not be. It has been a long time since that piece of me was of any use to anyone. I am glad it served tonight." Harry inclined his head. Around them, the Order began the work of the aftermath. Moody was already binding Bellatrix in a web of silver cord that could only be untied by the head of Auror Office. Tonks was going through the bodies in the courtyard, checking for pulses, marking heads. Kingsley was already at the cellar, cataloguing the rooms for ministry record. Remus was on his knees next to Luna, checking her pupils with the thorough patience of a man who had been a teacher and a healer in his time. Sirius was, for a brief moment, simply standing with his hand on Harry's shoulder, not speaking, not smiling, just present, which was the thing Sirius was best at in his good moments and which Harry would remember afterward more clearly than the whole duel. Ron came to stand at Harry's other shoulder. His face was very pale. "I stunned Bellatrix Lestrange," Ron said. "You did. My mother is going to kill me." "No, she isn't." "Harry." "Yes. Is it always like this?" Harry considered the question. He considered the way he wanted to answer it. He considered what the boy he was standing beside had earned tonight. "No," he said. "Not always. Not often. But sometimes, Ron, sometimes, it is a little like this. And when it is, we will be here, you and I and the rest of them, and we will do it well." "Right. Right." Ron swallowed, hard. He lifted his chin. "All right, then. All right, then." Before they left, Harry stepped once into the cellar's small antechamber and knelt, briefly, beside the pale man whom Sirius had bound in the landing. He laid his palm, open, on the pale man's forehead. He did not go looking for the names. He did not need to. He asked the Fidelius, which was now an unraveled thing, one last polite question, the same courtesy he had extended to it on arrival, about the identity of its secret keeper, and the half-asleep pale man, under Harry's palm, answered it in his mind. Caradoc Dearborn's son. He had not known. Few had. Dearborn had been presumed dead for 17 years, his son, orphaned and sold young into the Dolohov clan, had grown into a quiet, efficient, obedient adult. Harry was sorry for him. He would be, eventually. Tonight, he filed the name. Up, Harry said, softly, and the pale man stood, blinking, and Sirius took his elbow and walked him out into the mild cold morning toward the Aurorbynes waiting. On the ride back, Moody, at the last moment, had used a chain of portkeys rather than apparition, because a long cross-country apparition with a prisoner of Bellatrix's caliber was a risk no Auror worth the name ran. Harry sat beside Luna on a narrow bench in a disused traveler's shelter on the road between Oban and Fort William, and they waited 12 minutes for the next portkey to charge. Luna, who had not cried in the cellar, did not cry now. She sat with her hands folded in her lap, watching a small brown moth stumble along the rim of Harry's cup. Harry. Yes. I thought about you a lot, down there. Did you? I decided that you were probably going to come, because you are that sort of person, and also because I am a particularly interesting person and it would have been a waste of bait to put a less interesting person in that cell. I agree with your analysis entirely. I also thought about what I would say to you when you did come. I planned a little speech. I have now forgotten it. I'm sorry. It's all right. The speech was mostly about how the rot-fangs in the third stone of my cell wall were friendly. Not very useful intelligence. Not particularly. I might write it down later for Father. Please do. Luna rested her head, very briefly, on his shoulder. Harry did not flinch. He let his cheek rest, for a moment, against the top of her pale head. He had held, in 1,000 years, a great many kinds of friends, and he had learned what each one was owed. Harry. Yes. You must be very tired. Sleep for a bit. I will watch the moth. All right, Luna. He slept, for 7 minutes, while a 10-year-old moth paced the rim of his cup and a 15-year-old girl with a radish earring and a mild concussion watched over him, and when the portkey pulled at them he opened his eyes with the instant clarity of a man who had learned, centuries earlier, that the difference between a nap and a death was a clean readiness to be woken. They came back to Hogwarts at 4 in the morning, with Luna between them, Moody carrying Bellatrix trussed over his shoulder like an awkward game bird, Tonks with a plaster on her cheek, and Remus with an enormous tear in the sleeve of his traveling cloak. Ginny Weasley slipped down out of the pines at the last minute and tucked James Potter's cloak around her arm like a cat, and did not say a word, and fell into step with Harry. Neville was waiting on the front steps of the castle, exactly as Harry had asked him to. When Luna looked up and saw him there, her face did, for the first time since she had been lifted out of her cell, a small bright thing that she rarely let it do. Neville. Luna. Did you water the dirigible plums? Yes. Thank you. Neville, who had steeled himself for something, Harry thought, more dramatic, made a small surprised noise and led her in through the doors. Hermione, from the Great Hall, came running across the stone flags at full speed and stopped at the very last second to hug Ron instead of Harry, which was, Harry thought, quite right. Ginny came down from the pines at the end of the fight and fell into step with Harry as they came out of the keep's gate. She walked with her red hair loose around her shoulders and the invisibility cloak tucked, folded, under her arm. Anything? Harry said. A magpie tried to land on my head once. Very productive, Weasley. I think so. Nothing else? Nothing else. Not one thing moved on the north wall that wasn't one of yours. Not one thing moved on the south wall that wasn't one of yours. Moody's binders lit twice. I would have hit you if something had gone wrong. I know. Good. Thank you, Ginny. Any time, Potter. He looked at her. She was grinning a small private grin that had been, he thought, earned. He grinned back, briefly. Moody, ahead of them, muttered something to Tonks that Harry did not catch and that was probably complimentary. Ginny's grin widened a hair. She took the invisibility cloak and tucked it carefully back into Harry's coat pocket. That, she said, is not my cloak, Harry. That is your father's cloak. Give it back to me next time, but tonight you walk home with your father's coat in your pocket. All right. Anne, Harry. Yes. Stop telling my brother he has to stun Bellatrix Lestrange. He will never shut up about it. I make no promises. On the front steps, Dumbledore, Sirius, and Harry stood a moment in the quiet wind. He will come again, Dumbledore said, softly. Yes, sir. Sooner than he had planned. Yes, sir. Harry. Sir. What do we do next? Harry looked out over the dark lake. He thought, for a moment, of the black cabinet in Voldemort's stone room, and of the tarnished golden cup inside it, and of the 5 other objects in his mind like pieces of a puzzle. He thought of Gringotts. He thought of an old locket in a drawer at Grimmauld Place that Sirius's mother had never bothered to identify. He thought of a diadem in a room in Hogwarts that only a few living people had seen. He thought, last, of the arbiter, in her cottage garden, waiting, and a little thinner now, but still present. We go and take the rest of him, Harry said. One piece at a time. It should take us about 2 months. Then we go and meet him one last time, and we finish the job. Will you come with me, sir? Yes, said Dumbledore. Padfoot? Yes, Harry. Thank you. Amelia Bones came up to Hogwarts at 5:30 in the morning, in her sensible travelling robes and her monocle, with a small team of 2 Aurors Harry had never seen before and, to his mild surprise, Rufus Scrimgeour. She did not ask Harry anything in the Great Hall. She went instead to the headmaster's office, and at Dumbledore's gesture Harry joined them there, and they stood for an hour around a parchment map of the Hebrides while Harry walked her, with precision, through what had happened and what he had done and what the keep had contained and what he had left behind. He did not omit Dearborn's name. He gave her, also, the bone rune on Bellatrix's ribs, explicitly, so the healers could clear it before any magical examination of the prisoner, and he thanked her, in the presence of Scrimgeour, for the owl she had sent him 2 days ago warning him that the ministry would make an aggressive move against him this term. Scrimgeour, who had not known about the owl, very nearly choked on his tea. Bones, magnificent in her monocle, did not acknowledge him for 3 minutes. When they were done, Bones looked at Harry for a long moment. Then she looked at Dumbledore, then at Harry again. Mr. Potter, she said. Madam Bones. Tonight, a 15-year-old student of this school led an operation against a Death Eater keep with the help of 7 adults and, in the headmaster's judgment, the knowledge and consent of the parents or guardians of everybody involved. That is correct, Madam Bones. In the course of which operation, 3 Death Eaters were killed, by other Death Eaters, I should note, and not by any member of your party. 11 Death Eaters, 1 fugitive Azkaban escapee and 3 hired wands were captured, and 1 ministry contact of long standing has been identified as a security leak. Yes, madam. You destroyed, in the process, an inactive Fidelius charm, a pre-1800 Lestrange defensive ward matrix, and 1 wand belonging to a member of the Dolohov clan. Yes, madam. In your statement, Mr. Potter, you referred twice to the arbiter. She held his eye steadily. I would like, for my own records, and not for any ministry file, to ask, is the arbiter real? Harry looked at her. Yes, madam. May I ask, in the future, years from now, to speak to it? You may ask. Thank you. She closed her notebook. She rose. Scrimgeour, who had listened with a face steadily growing less convinced that he knew what he had been brought into, stood also, and did not speak. At the door, Bones paused. Mr. Potter. Madam. I have just decided, between one blink and another, that I am going to recommend to the minister tomorrow that Dolores Umbridge be recalled to London for urgent consultation on ministry staffing. Harry did not smile. He inclined his head. That, he said, would be a great relief to a great many people at Hogwarts, madam. I thought it might be. She nodded once to Dumbledore. Good night, Albus. Good night, Amelia. Rufus Scrimgeour, at the door, lingered. Potter. Mr. Scrimgeour. You have made a great many decisions tonight that are, strictly speaking, not yours to make. I know. You will find, in the fullness of time, that the ministry does not like to be led by a fifth year. I have not asked to lead the ministry, sir. I have asked to lead one rescue operation. If a rescue operation I conducted in the middle of the night in the Outer Hebrides has caused the ministry political difficulty, I imagine the ministry will survive it. Scrimgeour did not like the answer. His yellow eyes narrowed. But he was, Harry thought, and here he read the man with the practiced easy observation of a lot of old afternoons spent reading men, a reasonable person in his own hard way, and he would, in the end, prove more friend than otherwise. Good night, Mr. Potter. Good night, sir. He walked back along the corridor toward the great hall with a slow unhurried pace that he had, over the course of the year, begun to think of as his walk. His hands were in his coat pockets. His wand, he realized for the first time all night, had not been in his hand for more than 30 seconds in any given exchange. He had won a war's worth of small engagements in 7 hours on the strength of training, patience, and the particular old magic of a woman in a mountain village who had once showed him, across a table of half-peeled onions, how to tell a wolf's ribs to be still. The castle, around him, was purring quietly. In the castle behind them, the great hall was filling with early birds and owl post. The first sun of a new day was coming up over the lake in a thin yellow line. Luna was eating toast at the Gryffindor table with Ron's arm around her shoulder, and Hermione was pretending not to cry, and Ginny was fussing, slightly, with Neville's collar, because, Ginny had decided, Neville was her project from now on. Harry stood for a moment on the step. The wind moved in his hair. He smiled a small private smile. At the Gryffindor table, Neville pushed the jam across to Luna without being asked, and Luna took it and spread it on her toast with great care, and Hermione, beside Ron, smiled a small crooked smile into her tea that was the smile of a girl who had been making a list all night and had now, at last, crossed a number of things off it. Then he went in to breakfast. He sat down between Ron and Hermione. He ate toast. He answered no questions. He drank his tea slowly and with enormous pleasure. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6 End of the Thousand-Year Dream. They took Creature into the drawing room at Grimmauld Place on the second Saturday of March, after breakfast, and in 25 minutes of careful, patient speech Harry Potter became the first member of the House of Black, alive or dead, to be looked at by Creature with something that was not quite hate. It had taken, Harry admitted afterward to Sirius, the whole of his thousand-year garden's worth of patience. He had knelt down in front of the old house elf, in his clean school robes, and he had said, in the archaic high black that he had learned from a long-dead tutor in his 440s, Creature, son of the House of Black, I have come to ask for a favor. Creature's bloodshot old eyes had gone very still. A favor? Yes. You have in your possession, or know the present whereabouts of, a locket. A gold locket with a serpent S on its face. It belonged, briefly, to your late master Regulus, though Regulus was not its original owner. Regulus asked you, before he died, to do something with it. You have been unable to complete that task. I would like to complete it in Regulus's memory. Will you bring it to me? Creature did not answer for a long time. Then, with a small creak of his old joints, he went out of the room. He came back holding a heavy golden locket on a tarnished chain. He set it on the rug at Harry's feet, and he sat down on the rug beside it, and he wept, not the dry sarcastic wheezing weep of a servant, but a small astonished honest weep, of an old creature that had carried a task too big for it for too long. Harry laid his hand gently on Creature's head. Regulus would be proud of you. Creature, I will destroy it. Today. You will be there. You will see it end. Creature, the old elf's voice broke, thanks the young master. Harry did not correct the phrasing. He inclined his head. They destroyed the locket in the back garden at Grimmauld Place, with a sword Harry had requested from the headmaster's office 3 days earlier and which Dumbledore had handed over without comment. The sword was Gryffindor's. Harry had not intended to use it the first time. He had, in his second level, learned a runic method for the dissolution of soul fragments, but Creature needed a ceremony that was larger than a rune, and a sword was a ceremony. Sirius held the locket. Harry, with the sword balanced in both hands in the old duelist's grip the arbiter had taught him in his 2nd century, brought it down once, clean. The locket screamed. Everyone in the garden heard what it said. It was, Harry realized afterward, designed to say something different to every person it confronted. It said, to Sirius, that his brother had died a coward. To Hermione, that she was not really a witch. To Ron, that Harry would leave him behind. To Creature, that Regulus was in hell. Harry did not, with some deliberation, listen to what it said to him. He cut through it. The locket went silent. Sirius picked up the 2 halves of it and, almost absently, threw them into a charred brazier Creature had prepared. Creature, sobbing in a dignified manner, watched them melt. When the melt was done, he came forward with the ash in a small pewter urn, and Harry touched his forehead to the urn once, and Sirius did the same, and Creature most of all, laid his hand, briefly, against it. 1, Sirius said softly. 5 to go. 4, Harry said. The scar is gone. 5 including his snake. 5 including his snake. When they had gone, Harry stood in the garden for a long while. He looked at the grass. He looked at Creature. He looked at the urn. He thought, for a moment, about Regulus Black, whom he had never met, and whom he had, that morning, in a small private way, brought a little closer to home. He reached down and touched Creature's shoulder, lightly. Thank you, Creature. Creature, the old elf managed, serves the noble house of Black. And, the young master of the noble house of Potter. Gladly. Today. Gladly, Creature. A small breeze moved in the Grimmauld garden. The brazier's last heat curled up into it. Sirius, who was watching Harry and the house elf with an expression that was, Harry thought, the closest thing to peace Sirius had worn since the shrieking shack, did not break the quiet. He simply stood there, the way Sirius was always best at, a little to one side, and he was present. They did Gringotts 3 days later. The carriage to Gringotts on Thursday morning was an old 4-seater that Bones had commandeered from the DMLE's pool, with a tall thin Auror named Proudfoot driving. Harry sat across from Bones, Sirius sat beside her, in robes he had not worn since a wedding in 1979. Amelia Bones's monocle, in the grey city light, was the brightest thing in the carriage. Mr. Potter. Madam Bones. I would like, for the record, to confirm 3 things. Go on. 1. You are invoking the Jarnby Treaty in good faith. I am. 2. You are prepared to personally indemnify Gringotts against any losses they demonstrably incur as a result of the invocation. I am. The vaults I will indemnify from, that remains a matter between Ragnarok and myself. 3. You have a goblin speaker competent to conduct the negotiations in Gobbledygook High. I do. Who? Me. She looked at him over her monocle. She did not ask how. She marked, with her tight neat pencil, a small check beside each item on her list. Very well. Sirius, unaccustomed to being a passenger in a DMLE carriage and unaccustomed also to being entirely silent, at length gave up and spoke. Amelia. Black. You and I are not friends. No, we are not. I would like to be friends. Black, wait. I would like to be friends because you are, I notice, watching over my godson when nobody else will, and I feel, as a matter of personal honor, that I ought to be grateful to you for that. Amelia Bones looked at him steadily for several long seconds. Then, to Harry's astonishment, she extended her small square hand. All right, she said, serious. We can be friends. They shook, gravely. Sirius, who had in his youth been very fond of drama, did not spoil it by saying anything else. Harry, watching the two of them, filed the moment in his memory for a very long time. It was, Harry suspected afterward, the single most openly alarming thing he had ever asked the Order to do for him, and they had done it anyway. He had presented the plan to Dumbledore on Monday morning with a sketch and 3 pages of cross-references, and Dumbledore had read it in silence for 10 minutes and had said, only, yes. I think so. The cup, Helga Hufflepuff's, was in the Lestrange family vault, at level 7 of the Gringotts Deep. The Lestrange vault was protected by a waterfall of Thief's Downfall, by a Thieves' Bane charm on the handle, and, most seriously, by a Gemino and Flagranti double charm on the contents which multiplied and burned anything a would-be thief picked up. The plan was, on its face, insane. Harry did not attempt to break into the vault. He walked, instead, through the marble doors of Gringotts at 10:20 on Thursday morning, on the arm of Madame Amelia Bones and Sirius Black, in his best robes, in the escort of one goblin named Griphook whose grudge against the bank's management was a matter of long private record. He did not come to steal. He came, in the formal robes of his house, to invoke an old clause of goblin law which very few living wizards knew existed. I, Harry James Potter, head of the House of Potter, he said, to the head of the bank, hereby petition, under the 18th Treaty of Jarnby, for the release into my custody of all objects belonging to the line of Lestrange which have been, knowingly or not, seeded with the shards of an unbonded soul. The chamber went very quiet. The head of the bank, an ancient goblin named Ragnok, whose whiskers had gone the color of old silver, looked at Harry for a long time. That, Ragnok said at last, is a clause I have not heard invoked in 400 years. I know. You have proof, young wizard, that such a shard is present? I do. Show me. Harry, from a cedar box at his side, produced the small glass vial of Locketash Creature had prepared for him that morning. He uncorked it. He poured a single flake out onto the black marble of the bank's floor. The flake smoked, briefly, and a small runic shape rose out of the smoke in the air, a shape no goblin smith or wizard duelist would mistake. Ragnok's eyes narrowed. He and Harry spoke for 23 minutes after that, in a dialect of gobbledygook that Harry had learned in his 3rd century and that he had, very deliberately, never allowed Dumbledore to know he had learned. At the end of the 23 minutes, Ragnok nodded, once, and said, granted. For this clause only. What happened with Ragnok was, as Harry told Hermione afterward, less of a negotiation and more of a duet. Harry stood in the marble chamber with his hands folded behind his back and spoke high gobbledygook with the accent of a goblin smith of the Kasparov line, because he had been taught, many centuries earlier, by a goblin smith of that line. Ragnok, whose mother had been of that line, heard the accent immediately. He did not comment. But his eyes, throughout the 23 minutes, kept coming back to Harry the way the eyes of an old man come back to a painting he has suddenly recognized. They spoke of the treaty. They spoke of precedent. They spoke of the 3 cases in which the clause had been invoked in the last 400 years, and of the goblin families that had been made richer or poorer by each of those invocations. They spoke, at a certain point, of whether Harry himself was a party to any currently active goblin-wizard trade dispute, and Harry, with a politeness that took some effort, said that he was not and did not intend to become one. Young Potter. Overseer Ragnok. The clause will be granted for this single instance. In exchange, I will ask of you a small gift. Name it. I would like, in the coming years, to host a delegation of wizards at Gringotts for a conversation on the rebalancing of the treaty as it relates to goblin tenure of magical artifacts. I would like, on that delegation, to have one wizard in it who speaks our language the way you do. Will you be that wizard? Harry considered. He considered the implications. He considered what Dumbledore would say. He considered what Hermione would say. He considered what the arbiter would say, which was, he was fairly sure, yes. I will, Overseer Ragnok. Then the clause is granted. Thank you. Potter. Yes. Your tutor was Kasparov the Younger, or someone who learned from him. Yes. He is long dead. I know. I suspected. I know. You are, Ragnok said, softly, "not quite the wizard I thought you were, when you walked in. I have been told. Go." Harry bowed. He went. They did not go into the vault. A goblin team did. They came out, 20 minutes later, carrying a heavy ceremonial silver tray on which sat Helga Hufflepuff's cup. The cup was gold, small, double-handled, and stained around its rim with a dark reluctant light that only Harry seemed to see. Harry thanked Ragnarok. He paid the bank in coin. He walked with the cup, in the sunshine, the short distance to the leaky cauldron, where Remus Lupin was waiting with a silver-lined box. They destroyed the cup in Dumbledore's office an hour later. The cup, like the locket, screamed. Dumbledore, who had not known what the cup said to a person until that moment, winced once, sharply, when it said something to him that Harry did not hear. He did not volunteer what the cup had said. Harry did not ask. 2, said Sirius, quietly. 3, counting the scar, Dumbledore said. Right, Ron said, from his chair at the edge of the office. 3. We are halfway, Harry. We are halfway, Ron. The diadem, when Harry went to fetch it, was in the room of requirement. He had suspected, in his 7th century, that the room would store its own kind of broken thing, and he had confirmed it, painstakingly, over several months of patient walks past the 7th-floor tapestry, just before Christmas. He did not bring the others with him when he retrieved it. He went alone. He walked into a vaulted room of stacked junk, brooms, boots, trunks, abandoned prefect badges, one entire taxidermy troll, and he stood in the middle of it and said, to the room itself, a small polite sentence in a very old voice. The room brought the diadem to him. He destroyed it in the Chamber of Secrets, with a basilisk fong Dumbledore had had the foresight to retrieve 6 months earlier. It went easily. Salazar's locket had been angry. Hufflepuff's cup had been brittle. Ravenclaw's diadem, he suspected, had been, at some level, tired. 4, Hermione said, when he came back into the common room. Scar, locket, cup, diadem. 5, counting the scar, Ron corrected. 5, counting the scar. 2 more, Harry. 2 more. On the evening after the diadem, Severus Snape came down to the headmaster's office at Dumbledore's request and stood at the window for a long moment without speaking. Harry, in the chair by the door, let him stand. He had not, the last 2 terms, spoken to Snape at any length. He had found, with some surprise, that he did not need to. Potter. Professor. You removed a Horcrux from your own skull without a teacher. I had help. I am aware. I do not require the name. I require, a muscle in Snape's jaw worked, to ask a question. Ask. The Dark Lord will be dead within the month. Yes. Your mother, Snape's voice did something, for the briefest possible instant, that it never did in the presence of a student, would have wanted, I know, Professor. I know. Snape did not speak for a long time. Harry, who had learned, in his 5th century, when a silence wanted company and when it wanted to be left alone, let this silence be what it wanted. Potter. Yes, sir. Should this war end well, and should you find, afterward, a quiet evening in which you have no pressing engagements, I would be grateful, if you would come and find me in my office, and tell me, in such detail as you are able, what you have learned this year about your mother's protection that I did not teach you. Harry looked up at him. Snape was, he saw, standing with his shoulders a fraction squarer than usual, in the particular way of a very proud man asking, with genuine humility, for a favor from a boy he had spent 5 years pretending to hate. I will, Professor. Thank you. Professor. What? Thank you. For what, Potter? For protecting me this year in ways I did not see. Snape did not answer that. He turned, after a moment, and left the headmaster's office in the smooth gliding way he had always left classrooms. Harry did not follow. Dumbledore, from behind his desk, cleared his throat very softly. Harry. Yes, sir. You are a good boy. Thank you, sir. An unusual boy, by any measure, but a good one. Thank you, sir. Nagini proved the easiest of them, which Harry had not expected. He had laid his plan for her in his second year under the tutorship of a man who had taught him, in a windowless library in his 400s, exactly how a Horcrux snake could be taken out without alerting its master. The plan depended on nothing more than the snake's absolute loyalty to the wizard who had split his soul into her, and on the fact that that wizard, for security, had placed a single protective cage shell around Nagini that would only open at Voldemort's direct call. The cage shell was good. The cage shell had, however, a small assumption in its design, that Voldemort would be alive and present to call it. Harry did not kill Voldemort. Not yet. He did, however, with the help of the arbiter and with a quiet morning of preparation in the mind dungeon, manage to project, very briefly, and very precisely, a convincing impression of Voldemort's call at a moment when Nagini was alone in the stone room. The cage shell opened. The snake came out, expecting her master. She found, instead, a boy in the doorway with a sword in his hand that had been his house's sword for 1,000 years. Nagini did not strike first. She was old, and wise, and tired, and in her last half-second she looked at Harry and made a noise that even he, in Parseltongue, could not quite translate. The sword came down. 6, Sirius said, quietly, when Harry came back through the fireplace with the blood on his cuffs. 6. 1 to go. Him. Voldemort came for Harry at Hogwarts on the 11th of May. He came, as he had come for everything in his life, with an army. He brought the last of his inner circle, Dolohov, just out of St. Mungo's with a new wand that did not fit him, a dozen of the middle rank, including the pair of Carrows, a regiment of giants from the north, a flight of Dementors that had, at his call, finally peeled themselves off the walls of Azkaban. He came with werewolves. He came with the dregs of his human allies, who were afraid of him and therefore loyal. He did not, Harry noted from the astronomy tower, bring Nagini. He had been unable to summon her that morning. He had ignored the implication. The small part of him that was beginning to understand what was happening to him had been locked, very deliberately, behind a door in his own mind that he did not intend to reopen. He came, in short, with the face of a man who had decided, at last, that he would not be caught off guard again. Harry was not, for once, on the astronomy tower. Harry was standing in the middle of the grass 100 yards in front of the castle's front doors with his hands in his coat pockets, waiting, for the first time in 1,000 years, to be approached by the man he had been sent to unmake. Dumbledore stood a pace behind him. The order, behind Dumbledore, was a line. Sirius. Remus. Tonks. Moody. Kingsley. Hestia Jones. Elphias Doge. Arthur Weasley. Molly Weasley. Bill Weasley with his new scars. Charlie Weasley, in dragon hide. Fleur Delacour, in a leather coat. Behind them, the castle's teachers. McGonagall in tartan. Flitwick, at her elbow. Professor Sprout in her gardening cloak. Even Snape, after all these months, at Dumbledore's shoulder, with his black eyes fixed on Harry with an expression that was not hate and not love but a third unnamed thing. Behind the teachers, in 3 lines of rapidly dwindling patience, the Hogwarts student body that had remained to fight, the DA, the 7th years, the 6th years, the older members of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and, to Harry's small private delight, a full half of Slytherin. Neville Longbottom was front and center in the DA line. His grandmother's Patronus bulldog was padding at his heels, looking vigorous. Luna Lovegood was at his shoulder. She was wearing her radish earrings, and the small sly smile of a girl who had been looking forward to a day like this for some time. Neville, in the middle of the DA line, did not look frightened. He looked, to Harry's astonishment, eager. His grandmother's bulldog Patronus was pacing at his heels like a small thick-shouldered veteran on the eve of a familiar war. Beside him, Luna's hand rested on his elbow with the proprietary lightness of a girl who had decided she was not going to let Neville die today. Behind them, Susan Bones had a wand in each hand, one for her and one, perhaps, for somebody who had dropped theirs. At the far end of the DA line, Zacharias Smith, of all people, had his jaw set in the determined look of a boy who had learned, at some cost, that his opinion of Harry Potter was not the same as it had been in October. Voldemort stopped 30 yards away. Potter. Tom. You will not call, I will. A pause. Then, slowly, almost wearily, Voldemort smiled. Very well, Harry. You have had a year. I have. Show me, then, what you have made of it. As you wish. Harry stepped forward. He did not lift his wand. He did not raise his voice. He did, in that moment, something he had never done in any fight, in any field, in any century of his previous training. He did not make, for once, the small honorable effort to match the theater of his opponent. He did, instead, what the arbiter had long ago taught him to do when an opponent offered him a stage. He stepped onto the stage, and he did not perform, and he let the silence of his not performing be the performance. Harry pulled his cuffs down, once, the old gesture of a duelist who had not needed to pull his cuffs in 1,000 years. He did it out of courtesy, the way one straightens a coat on the way into a visit one would rather not be paying. Then he nodded, almost imperceptibly, to Dumbledore beside him, and to Sirius behind, and then, as if only now, with the day's work formally begun, he smiled the small quiet smile he had worn that first morning on Privet Drive, in the glass of his little window. Hello, Tom, he said. Let's be done. Voldemort struck first. He struck, this time, without the killing curse. He had learned, in the Hebrides, that the killing curse was a spell Dumbledore's grief could drink. He struck with a deeper, older, uglier weapon, a tearing spell he had spent 40 years refining that was intended to separate a soul from the body in slow 12-second pieces. The spell was black. It hissed in the air. Harry reached up with his left hand as the spell crossed the 20-yard line. He closed his fingers, lightly, around the black hiss. He let it hang in his palm for a moment, like a candle that had not committed to burning. Then he gave it back. He did not throw it. He did not twist his wrist. He simply opened his palm in Voldemort's direction, and asked the spell, with the small polite intention the arbiter had drilled into him for a century, to complete its work on the person who had cast it. The spell flowed back down the line of its own intention and went into the man who had been its author. Voldemort, who had never been the target of a spell of his own design, went perfectly rigid for exactly 1 second. Then he snarled. He snarled, and his snarl had a small fresh sound under it that had not been there a second earlier, and which anyone who had ever been near a bully understood. He was afraid. He struck a second time, a third time, a fourth. He threw at Harry every spell of his own private collection, the cage curse he had used to hold the Longbottoms while Bellatrix tore at them, the Slorot curse that had killed his own uncle, the old bone-hollowing spell he had stolen from a Hungarian necromancer in 1947, the silver paralysis he had designed for the horrors of his first war. Harry did not raise his wand once. He stepped. He shifted his weight. He opened a palm. He closed a finger. One spell he met with his own sternum, and it broke itself on him like a wave on a rock. Another he let pass him and sent, very gently, into the grass behind him, where the grass, for 10 yards, browned and then, at Harry's small flick, greened again. Voldemort began, for the first time in his adult life, to breathe harder. Tom, Harry said. He took 3 steps forward. Stop. You, stop, Tom. Please. Do not beg me, boy. I am not begging you. I am asking. I have been asking for a year. You have not once considered that I might be capable of asking. I am asking now, one last time. Stop. Turn around. Walk away. Take your people. Go. Live. Die eventually of something slow. I do not want to kill you. Voldemort, to his credit, did not laugh. He looked at Harry for a moment. In that moment, the small part of him he had locked behind the door in his mind began, very quietly, to speak. Boy, he said, slowly. What have you done, to me? I have taken your pieces, Tom. Your pieces. Your scattered soul. I have taken all of them. Scar. Locket. Diadem. Cup. Nagini. The last piece is you. Voldemort's face went still. You, the last piece, Tom, is you. You are mortal now. You have been mortal since yesterday morning. I did not tell you. I thought you might like to know before it mattered. You are lying. I am not lying, Tom. I told you in the Hebrides I would lie to you, and I have. But I am not lying now. You are mortal. You can feel it. Ask your chest. Voldemort did, a small involuntary dip of his chin toward his own sternum that neither of them mentioned afterward. His face went, for the first time Harry had ever seen, a color that was not the waxy pale of its usual resting state. It was a color that belonged to a man, not a wraith. He raised his wand. Tom. Avada, no, Tom. The duel on the grass, before Harry's hand touched Voldemort's chest, ran slightly longer than Harry later described to anyone. There was, between Voldemort's tearing spell and his own plea, a long middle passage which Harry, when he wrote about it afterward in a small private journal, titled only The Offerings. Voldemort, in that middle passage, offered Harry three things. He offered him, first, power. He offered it with the smooth, low voice of a man who had spent years teaching his disciples to hear it. He offered Harry, as his left lieutenant, the management of the continent east of the Rhine, and of his human allies in North Africa, and of his tributaries in the vampiric West. He laid out the maps of a kingdom the way a merchant might lay out a scarf. Harry did not answer him. Harry merely shook his head, once, not unkindly. Voldemort, second, offered him knowledge. He offered Harry the library of his boy self, the library at Wool's orphanage where Tom Riddle had first learned to hurt, the library under the old Hogwarts dormitory where Tom Riddle had first learned to kill, the library in the Albanian forest where Tom Riddle had first learned to cling to life past the grave. Harry, who had read a great many libraries in his centuries, did not accept the offer. He did not, however, judge Voldemort for it. He could hear the small, human, greedy hope inside the offer, and he was sorry for it. Voldemort, third, offered him peace. He offered, in a quieter voice that had not been heard on the field for years, to go away, in exchange for being allowed to live. He offered to return to Albania. He offered to take Bellatrix and three of the middle rank and retire into the old forests he had once haunted, and to trouble Britain no more. Harry looked at him for a long moment. Tom, he said softly, you will not keep that promise. I would. You cannot. Not because you are a bad man, though you are. Because you are a thing, now, that cannot keep a promise without a soul to make the promise with. Your soul is in 6 pieces, and 4 of those pieces are ash, and the 5th is a snake 1,000 miles from here, and the 6th is in you, and you will not rest, Tom, in any forest. You will find, in a month, a small cruel boy in a village, and you will begin again, because that is now the only shape your life knows how to take. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. Harry Potter. Yes. You are telling me I cannot be saved. I am telling you, Tom, that I love you enough, in the old word, the one my mother used, to refuse you a mercy that is not a mercy. I will not let you go home to Albania to start this over. I will not. I am sorry. Liar. No, Tom. It was after that, only after that, that Voldemort raised his wand. Harry did not say a spell. He raised his right hand, palm up, and, in the particular old rune script he had learned from a woman of his 2nd century, he drew, in the air between him and Voldemort, the simplest possible sigil, the one that said finish. The sigil did not move toward Voldemort. It simply sat, between them, and shone. Voldemort's killing curse, half formed on his lips, did not come out of him. It could not. The sigil in the air would not permit a spell that required a whole soul to power, and Voldemort was no longer such a person. He stared at the sigil. He stared, then, at Harry. For perhaps 3 seconds, the Dark Lord Voldemort, who had once been a clever thin boy called Tom Riddle, looked at the 15-year-old in the grass in front of him as if he had, finally, understood a fact about himself that he had been avoiding for 70 years. His face did a thing no Death Eater had ever seen it do. It softened, in the old way of a thin clever boy who had never quite been loved as much as he had needed to be, and he was, for half a second, simply a human being at the end of his patience. Then Harry stepped forward and placed one hand, gently, on the left side of Voldemort's chest. He did not say a word. He did what his second-level lesson in soul literacy had, years ago, in a cottage garden that was not real, taught him to do. He read Voldemort's soul, and then, with the smallest possible motion of a thumb, he put it to rest. Voldemort did not scream. He collapsed, very gently, forward into Harry's arms, and Harry, who had not planned this, who had thought, when the moment came, that he would let the man fall, held him, for a full 3 seconds, before laying him, very carefully, on the grass. The black cloak was empty almost before it touched the ground. The wand, the UN Phoenix wand, fell, clattered, and rolled to Harry's feet. The army behind Voldemort stood, for perhaps 10 seconds, in complete silence. Then they began, in the way armies do when their author has died, to turn, and to scatter, and to flee. Dolohov was the first to apparate. 2 of the Carrows followed. A Dementor that had settled on a stone along the front wall of the castle dropped, as if someone had cut its string, and went out like a candle. The giants, confused, turned toward the forest. The werewolves, already in bad faith, faded into the trees. In 2 minutes, the field in front of Hogwarts was empty except for the unconscious bodies of a dozen Death Eaters and 1 dead man in a black cloak with a white face. Harry stood in the grass. His hands were at his sides. His shoulders were, for the first time all year, a little slack. Luna came up to him, across the grass, and took his hand without comment. He let her. Ron and Hermione came a step behind her. Dumbledore, after a moment, came a step behind them. Harry. Sir. Is it done? Yes, sir. Truly done. Truly done. Dumbledore put a hand, briefly, unsteadily, against the back of Harry's neck. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me yet, sir. Harry looked up at the sky. I still have, under current estimation, about 50 years to get ready for the next one. Oh, Dumbledore said, softly. Oh, dear. Yes, sir. But today? Today we go home. In the grass that evening, after the ministry had come and gone, after Bones had taken formal possession of the bodies and the prisoners and the wands, after Fudge, recalled from a disastrous press conference in London and brought to Hogwarts by a very annoyed Scrimgeour, had, for the first time in 2 years, looked directly at Harry Potter and said 3 words that were, in their way, historic. I was wrong, after the DA had, in a small shy clump of teenagers by the lake, told Harry, each, in their own way, what they intended to do with the rest of their lives now that they were going to have one, and after the teachers had, one by one, come to him and said small quiet things he did not need to remember in order, Harry walked, alone, down to the edge of the lake. He took off his coat. He took off his shoes. He waded, in his trousers, up to his knees. The water was cold. The cold, in his shins, was an honest ordinary cold, the cold of a 15-year-old boy's shins in a cold Scottish lake in May. He had not felt a cold of that kind in over 2,000 years. He had been, for that time, inside the weather of a garden that was not real, or inside the weather of a Britain that was very real but not, in the moments he had needed it to be, fully felt. Now, in the shin-deep cold of his lake, he felt. He gasped a little. He laughed. He stood there for perhaps 3 minutes. Then he waded out, and he dried his feet on the grass, and he put his shoes back on, and he went up to the castle, humming, with his coat over his arm. In the cottage garden in the mine dungeon 2 days later, Harry came in through the pale door and found the arbiter kneeling by her row of seedlings, looking, if anything, slightly thinner than the last time he had seen her. Arbiter. Harry. It's done. I know. Are you well? I am a little diminished. Not in a way I regret. Come and sit. He sat. She put a cup of cold tea into his hand. He drank it. They sat in silence, in the perpetual mild afternoon of her garden, for a long time. Harry. Arbiter. A question. Yes. Will you stop here? He thought for a long time before he answered. I will stop the leveling, he said at last. I will not take another 1,000 years. The third would hollow out something in me I need, and I have, I think, enough already for the next thing, if I am careful and if I am loved and if I learn. I will not take another, Arbiter. I will, he smiled, very small, take your first advice. I will live a life. Good. Marry. Have children. Keep teaching at your school, probably, because I am, Merlin help me, fond of it. Good. Keep my wonder. Good. Come back to the garden now and again, when you want me. Yes. She reached out and touched his forehead, once, the way a very old grandmother touches the forehead of a child who has fallen asleep on her knee. Go and live, Harry Potter. I will, Arbiter. Go. He went. Dinner at Grimmauld Place on the Sunday after, with the long dining table restored to its ancient full extension and every chair occupied, was a meal Sirius Black had not hosted since he was 17 years old. Molly Weasley and Andromeda Tonks had cooked together all morning, and had fought twice, cheerfully, over whether a good roast required rosemary or thyme. Creature, who now served as Grimauld's head of household with a small dignity he had not worn in decades, moved around the table with a tray of small silver goblets and ensured, in particular, that Harry's was always full of pumpkin juice rather than the elf wine the adults had agreed to allow themselves. Harry accepted the pumpkin juice without comment. He had noticed, in the last few days, that being 15 in company was something he was going to have to be gentle with for a while, for the sake of the people he loved. Hermione, at his left, had a small black notebook on the table by her plate. She had crossed out a great many things in it earlier in the day, and had, over soup, drawn a small neat line under the whole of its middle section. What are you writing? Harry asked her. A list of things I was worried about before today that I am no longer worried about. How many are there? 17. What's on the list now? 14. I crossed 3 off tonight. Would you like to know what the 14 are? Yes. I will tell you one at a time, Harry, over the next year. That way you will have to stay near me. All right. Good. Ron, at his right, leaned in. Mate. Ron. I have just been told by Ginny that I shall not dine out on Bellatrix Lestrange for more than 6 months. That seems fair. 6 months is not enough, Harry. 8. 10. 9. Deal. Ginny, across the table, narrowed her eyes at the two of them. Harry, with the small grin he had saved for exactly this kind of moment, passed her a slice of bread. She accepted it with a graciousness that threatened. Neville, at her elbow, was in deep and solemn conversation with Luna about a variety of radish she was planning to plant in her father's garden when she got home. Remus, at the far end of the table, was drawing a map on a napkin for Charlie Weasley, who was very interested in the best Ukrainian crossings for Romanian dragon handlers. Molly and Arthur were laughing. Sirius was laughing. Tonks was laughing. Dumbledore, very quietly, was eating an enormous slice of treacle tart with both hands and had not said a word in 20 minutes. Harry watched them all. He did not, in that moment, think about the arbiter. He did not, in that moment, think about the thing the arbiter had said was 50 years away. He did not, in that moment, plan. He sat, in the warm noisy dining room of a house that had once been the unhappiest place in Britain and was now, on this particular Sunday night, one of the happiest, and he allowed himself, for once, simply to be there. Under the table, Ginny's foot nudged his, once, companionably. "Potter. Weasley. What are you grinning about?" "Nothing. Liar. Being here. That's all." Ginny looked at him for a moment. Then she, too, smiled a small private smile. "Good." The sun came up on Hogwarts the next morning through a thin scrim of May cloud, gold on the lake, gold on the towers, gold on the pale forehead of a 15-year-old boy who had, 3 days earlier, been, in functional terms, 3,000 years older than everyone else at his breakfast table. Harry sat down at Gryffindor between Ron and Hermione. He drank his tea slowly. He ate one piece of buttered toast. He smiled, very small, at a girl with pale hair at the Ravenclaw table, and she waved, cheerfully, back at him, and Neville, beside her, waved also, because Neville now did most things Luna did. Ginny came down and stole Harry's second piece of toast. Fred and George came down and stole both her first and her second. Sirius, in a visitor's cloak at the far end of the head table, was already laughing at something McGonagall had said and did not yet know that he was laughing. Outside the great hall's windows, the lake was a clean mirror, and the owl post was late, and the world, for one long improbable morning, did not seem to require anything else of him. Harry drank his tea. Hedwig, from the rafters of the great hall, let out a single proprietary hoot, and dropped, without warning, onto the table in front of him, and stole the corner of his toast. He was, for the first time in 2,000 years, a boy. Chapter 6 End.